What would you say to people who are thinking about coming out here to help, but they're on the fence about it?
Tell them to come. Fight your warrior spirit and get here.
Through this global fear that has set our souls on fire.
One family. If we don't stand, who will? On earth. The wind comes in four corners, four directions, four colors. And death rides on four horsemen. A black snake with some black tanks. How much money do these companies need to make? They could drop their product, but they wanna save a buck. Already extracted billions, when is enough? I used to be in the oil fields, getting paid, but I quit, cause oil water I can't drink. Look down and see Kamimi Ladai in the mud. I looked up and told myself that enough's enough. Money does not own my soul, living comfortable. It's not in my plans, my hands in the sand. Some things worth more than gold. Some things they can't be sold. Some things can't be replaced. She is your mother, the fresh water is her veins.
Truth is, the more we mine for oil, the more we destroy and intoxicate our most valuable resources.
We're sorry, your call cannot be called.
Love is the strongest, this path is the hardest. But if we were strong enough to do it, we wouldn't see it. Our prayers would not be needed, this movement's very needed. Indigenous wisdom unheeded and sacred things depleted. I'm Mexicano, Malacota, and I'm white too. I'm mixed with everyone, so part of me's just like you. Every group of human beings shares the same stars. And if the earth is not your mother, are you from Mars? Island, have no fear. Change is coming now.
Human physical being, spirit. And power is about that spirit, about the being, and our relationship to the planet, to the earth, to the universe. It's where our real power connections are.
This is ground zero. This is more than the pipeline, and we all know it. This is a place where we have come together to say no.
Everything you see, from the trees to the land, to the food, to the horses, to the fish, everything in this world was made with water.
This river here, it feeds our people back home on our reservation, along with 18 million other people.
We are here stopping Dakota access from going under the Missouri River.
Water is life, and it is sacred, not just to the Indigenous, but to all nations all around the world.
It's a form of a living being that's supported us and that we have a connection with. That's the thing that's going to sustain not only you, but your children.
It's really important that we stop this pipeline because it will eventually break and it'll poison all our water.
It's not if it will leak, it's when. All the evidence does not suggest it, it proves it.
We were put on this earth to protect our mother. And it's a simple job that we've neglected for way too long. If anybody ever feels like they don't have a purpose, they have a huge purpose. We're protecting the water because we know we're fighting extinction.
It's going to be our #1 issue. I mean, you look at what people are buying right now in terms of land grabs, it's all related to water. And it's ours, it's everyone's.
We're just taking and taking and taking and taking from the earth. And for earth to heal herself, we have to protect that water.
We're at a crisis point.
Mother Earth is crying for help. There is no other planet to jump on.
We are at a stage where it seems that we do not have a say in the most fundamental thing that Mother Earth has provided for us, and that is the ability to survive. We're up against billion-dollar corporations that have clearly influenced the state authorities here. They are there to protect the interests of that company.
These are people that swore an oath to protect us. Instead, you're engaging in brutality.
We're at a point where law is not for us. Whatever you've heard from the president on down, the Dakota Access Pipeline has stopped. They have not, nor have they ever stopped.
If you're not careful with your greed, you can really damage the earth for your children.
The only thing that will stop Dakota Access Pipeline is our continued pressure. That is our strength. The bigger the numbers, the louder the voice.
You can lock us up at the gates of hell and we won't back down. We will stand our ground.
We need to stand together in unity and solidarity.
This is the start of the climate revolution. It's real. You need to mobilize.
We need boots on the ground.
Come and support.
You can come out here. Get out here.
This movement is something that I've wanted to be a part of for my whole life.
I feel like I couldn't be anywhere else but here, right now.
Mini-Wachoni means water is life. Just because it's a simple truth does not mean that we can sit by idly.
We're fighting for people's health. We're fighting to heal Mother Earth.
It's for our children and your children.
Stand with us.
It's time. Now.
There's potential to really transform our relationship with each other and our earth.
Help us. We need your voices.
Mini-Wachoni.
Come with us.
The time is now.
There's only one God, one prayer to save the earth.
Gain understanding. Follow your heart. You know what's right. Come human with me again.
We will stand our ground. No dapple, we won't back down.
To get that dollar, treat is being broken, no respect or honor. Listen close, my friend, this is happening. Warrior, warrior, if you are around, stand up like a mountain. Rise up from the earth. One love, one message. I know that we are strong in spirit, and if you are the righteous, hear it. If you are around, stand up like a mountain. Burn the sage and cedar, spirit is the leader. Warrior, warrior, the clouds are getting heavy, thunder beings are ready. Warrior, warrior, where the oil spills, we cannot drink the water. 7 generations are the sons and daughters. Gather all your friends, this is happening. Warrior, warrior, if you are around, stand up like a mountain. Rise up from the earth, one love,
Companies get near ya, singing loud so they can hear ya. I say, this land is not for sale. The Black Hills are not for sale. The Black Hills are not for sale. Standing Rock is not for sale. Standing Rock is not for sale. Your people are not for sale. Your people are not for sale. Hey, keep the oil in the ground.
Native people fighting to stop the pipeline from flowing across the river. It's not just about us.
Water has been my life struggle as an elder of the Standing Rock Nation in the land of Tatanka Iotaka.
Historical trauma is still with us. And that's when Standing Rock happened, all of this trauma and saying, hey, we're gonna go, we gotta go support them at all costs. I have not seen this kind of gathering and bringing in support. I have never seen it in my entire life. Wounded Knee was one kind of action, but it was nothing in terms of people coming together. We needed Standing Rock. And American Indian movement needed it. Why didn't this happen years ago? Why didn't we as Native people band together before like this? But it seems to me that need was needed U.S.-wide.
I took the last 30 minutes out to get a REM cycle really quick, so I could be present with everyone. We just got back from Standing Rock, y'all. So, that's right, man. There's so many people, so many tribes. You should see the flags. There's like flags and flags and flags of people from different tribes uniting in the name of the mother, in the name of brotherhood, sisterhood, family. So we're here to continue that tone. Bring the message to the water, to the people of Standing Rock. We're all standing together as one globe, one people.
Yeah, let's see your hands up, y'all. Come on. That's all it is.
Saying, let out your voices, they've been caged for too long. There's a prayer in the air now, feel it coming strong. Feel it coming strong like the thunder of the buffalo. Red on up to indigo, healing within every soul. Chance to be heard now, a chance to heal our world. A chance to heal ourselves, and in last we use our words for love. We use our words for love. Love is listening. Love is listening. Love is listening. Love is listening. We will be ours. We will be ours. We'll be ours. We will be ours. Our reculturization back to the indigenous way expressation. It's gonna take time and it's gonna take patience. This is an invocation for land and water restoration. Even those has been silent, sing for the changes. Come sing for the changes. We focus now on the remedies. Walk the red road now in integrity. Storms will weathering for the great remembering. We have the power now to create a better dream. Because together we have everything that we need to live sustainably and ethically. Just align with the most high energy. Bring your heartbeat to the one tribe gathering. Bring your heartbeat to the one tribe gathering. Love is listening. Love is listening. Love is listening. Love is listening. We will be ours. We will be Can I get a mammoth on it? Can I get a mammoth on it? Can Can I get a mammoth on it? We need a mammoth on it. Yeah.
For standing rocks, for standing strong, for solidarity, yeah, all along, all together in it, on planet Earth, on Mother Earth, ever since you were born. Ever since you're born from your mama's hope, you're sitting in the womb. Anything in the world that, yeah, you wanna do in that goo, in that oohness, in that awe, like, hey, who's this? You can be anything you want, yo, a live imagination, all the planet and the particles that we all need to trace, and I'm just figuring out with a trace, yo, I got this. Yeah, stand and rock, protect the waters. That's what we do, that's what we stand. Right here, one tribe worldwide. Yeah, we have each other's hand and we have each other's back. That's why we have to take a stand. So we return to that breath, that familiar place that we know what's next. We use our words for love. That's the music, girl, we can turn it up and we get it even louder when we got those superpowers all together in the yo, I know when we can find. You're all like a flower growing. I believe in you, yeah, throw it in the ocean. Where's he gonna land like a coconut? I probably crack like 10 for my brothers. Say what, and we drink them up. Yo, we'll crack them for the can. Everybody here, yo, you all have your hands to have a chance to raise them up, to stand together, yo, Shangri-La. Oh, that's just the way to go. One tribe worldwide, yeah, we already know.
Show some love for the mammoth, y'all. Show some love for the one tribe. Show some love for the one vibe. One time. Yeah. Can we lift the voices up together now, y'all? Can we lift the voices up? We will be heard. This is a time now where our voices have to be charged with spirit, charged with the connection with Mother Earth, because that's the only way that we're going to get through this together, is when we speak together, when we're silent together, when we eat together, when we pray together, when we walk together, when we stand together, when we bathe together. Shot. One time, we will be heard now.
Hey.
We will be heard. We will be heard. We will be heard. We will be heard. We will be
I just want to let everybody know over here, if you didn't hear it yet, Obama administration stopped the pipeline. Up in North Dakota.
We were heard. Just got heard right now.
Wow.
Thank you, President Obama. Thank you. That's why I elected you, brother. I love you. Keep it going. No more pipelines. No more pipelines. No oil. No oil. We don't need it. We don't need it. Sun, water, wind. Woo! Jump, jump, jump.
Right, not just this pipeline, but every pipeline. Yeah. We're in this together, y'all. We're in it for the long haul, too, you know? Yeah. This song goes out to all our family at Standing Rock. Yeah.
the National Guard. I hope they call that off now. Know that the whole world is standing for Standing Rock right now, you know. We're gonna add our brother Richard, who's been with us on this journey on the Up to Us caravan. Bringing that medicine everywhere he goes. We got Carl Thomas on percussion, holding it down, Roots family. And that last song was by Jordan Walker. I'll show you love for Jordan Walker. Giving a voice to the voiceless. This all for all my peaceful warriors, showing up in a good way. You know, yeah.
Criminals! You guys are criminals! Go get your money somewhere else! We're standing at the construction site of the Dakota Access Pipeline. It looks like there are at least 3 bulldozers that are, to people's surprise at this moment, actually bulldozing the land. There's a helicopter above, there's security here, and hundreds of people have been marching up when they heard that the construction site is actually active right now.
My name is Jacob Johns.
And where are you from?
I'm from Spokane, Washington. I'm Hopi and I'm from Oahu.
And can you describe what you see, what they're doing?
They're bulldozing. They're bulldozing and preparing to install a pipeline to go underneath the river.
And above we see a helicopter.
The helicopter itself has been following us and taking pictures, and we're filming them in return.
Come on, guys! We gotta stop this! Why are we standing and watching? Get in there! Stop this! Let's go!
People have gone through the fence, men, women, and children. The bulldozers are still going, and they're yelling at the men in hard hats. One man in hard hat threw one of the protesters down, and they're marching over the dirt mounds. Some of the security have dogs. The 6 bulldozers are pulling back right now. People are marching forward in their tracks. There are men, women, and children. More security trucks are pulling up. There are some protesters on horseback. Security has some kind of gas. People are being pepper sprayed. Sir, reporter from New York, what are you spraying people with?
I haven't sprayed anything, man.
But what is that?
Yeah, he just makes me in the face right now. Amy Goodman, this guy makes me in the face.
Can you show us the label?
Look, it's all over my sunglasses. Just makes me in the face. A dog. Dog bit him right now.
Throw the dog on me. These fuckers throw the dog on me. Look at this. Look at this.
Let me say.
You throw the dog on me. No, you did it on purpose, man. Over there with that dog. I was like walking, throw the dog on me straight, even without any warning, you know. Look at this. Look at this.
The dog.
Yeah, the dog did it, you know. Look at this. It's there. It's all clear.
Ma'am, your dog just bit this protester. Your dog just bit that protester. Are you telling the dogs to bite the protester? The dog has blood in its nose and its mouth.
And she's still standing here threatening.
You can't put your blame on the dog. You're an evil woman. You can't put your blame on the fucking dog.
That's mistreatment against
You're evil. You will live with that.
These people are just threatening all of us with these dogs. And that woman over there, she was charging them, and it bit somebody right in the face, and then it charged at me and tried to bite me, and they're still threatening these dogs against us, and we're not doing anything.
Why are you letting her dog go after the protesters? It's covered in blood.
Stop the woman! You sick the fucking woman! What the fuck is wrong with you? Get your fucking dogs out of here! Get your fucking dogs out of here!
After the protesters said that the dog was bloody from biting them, they then pulled the dogs away, and now pickup truck by pickup truck is pulling away. We'll see what happens. The protesters are moving in to ensure that the security leaves. Let's go check on this woman. What happened?
I just a lot of mace, and the sweat was dripping it in. The sweat was making it run down into my eyes. I had my glasses on, and that spared me the brunt of it, but then the sweat started putting it in.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
What's your name?
Raina Crow.
And what do you think you've accomplished today?
I hope we've accomplished letting Enbridge know that the people of this nation and the people of this world, tribal or otherwise, have withdrawn their social license to pollute water, and that they need to find an honest, nonviolent way to make a living.
Where are you from?
Duluth, Minnesota. I don't know more Duluth.
I got maced twice. I got bit by a dog. I was the front line.
Where did you get bit?
I got bit on the ankle where my boot is. So I told them they needed to leave, but the guy didn't believe me. So he didn't want to listen. He stuck his hand out and he maced me, this other guy, and I think he maced a lady too. Then they tried getting the dogs on us, so I was just standing there. I wasn't really doing nothing. That dog ran up on me and it bit around my ankle.
You pushed them back though?
Yes.
Why is this such an important fight to you?
Because water is life. Like I said, without water, we wouldn't be here. These plants wouldn't be here. There'd be no oxygen. We all die without it. I wish they'd open their eyes and have a heart to realize, you know, if this happens, we're not going to be the only ones going to suffer. They're going to suffer too.
What tribe are you with?
I'm Oglala Sioux, Full Blood.
From?
Pine Ridge Reservation.
No one owns this land. This land belongs to the earth. We are only caretakers. We're caretakers of the earth.
Oh. Do you feel like you won today?
We win every day when we stand in unity. We stand and we fight.
How do you feel?
I feel great.
What did you accomplish today?
We're protecting our water. That's what we were here to do, and that's what we did.
Where are your horses from?
Crow Creek, South Dakota.
And you came from there?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, describe the scene to us.
We protected our water, and we did a good job at doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
On your eyes.
Most of us women, we linked arms and we went up to the front line and we started pushing through, and we weren't like literally pushing, we were just walking, and this guy comes, he's a private contractor security, and he started spraying her, and then he started spraying right along everyone who was linked up.
I don't know how to get this in. My whole body is all hot.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Orvin Flying Horse from Bullet, South Dakota.
And they set the dogs on us and they started spraying us. Before I got sprayed, I seen dogs biting people indiscriminately, including Dakota Access Pipeline workers.
I was just going toward the truck with my dog, and then the guy just leaned out and pepper sprayed me. Thankfully, he didn't hit my dog, but I just got mace all over my eyes. Oh my God.
We stand for water, for life, we stand with our brothers, and our sisters, we stand with our people, for one nation, we stand for water, for life, we stand.
I started this in fighting hydrofracking in New York State, and with my brothers and sisters also who are native there. And then it led to the climate change march in New York City where 500,000 people showed up. And I marched with the indigenous people section of the march and had started relationships with them. And eventually I was asked to come here to deliver a solar system that would help power the camp during the wintertime through Wahela Johns and her family. But really, I think this is a very important moment in time, and I see it. These struggles are happening all over America and all over the world, where folks are finally saying no to a fossil fuel paradigm, a fossil fuel system that isn't working for us anymore. And we're finally having a chance to voice our concerns about poisoning our communities. And what better place to start than our First Nations people who have been suffering under this system from the very beginning of our nation. And so I felt that it was time for me to step in and help in any way that I could to amplify what's happening here, so that other folks in the world understand that we're not powerless, we're not alone, and that if we fight, we win, and we'll expose the truth. And the truth is that this system is killing us. And it started by the young people here. And the young people started, and they started before any of us, and they blisters on their feet. People don't understand. They ran miles and miles and miles for days and days and days to do the only thing they knew how, but to go and to talk to the people in charge of this thing. And they were ripped off. This nation was not given the proper consultation by Kelsey Warren. They lied about giving consultation. And this is repeated over history of time, and it's time for this to stop, and it's time for all of us to join together to stop it. Not one person can stop it on their own. It's going to take all of us. And the more we stand together, the further this is going to reach. And that's why we've ignited the imaginations of the world through the youth. And that's why I'm here. Social media, I think that for people out there, the divestment movement that's growing up around this is a really powerful way to send a message to the banks and investors that this is not the place to be putting your money now. Okay, you want to lose your money, put your money in this pipeline. The other thing I'd say is for the people who are in this struggle, the most important thing is that we remain peaceful. That we don't take up the same system of violence that's being used against us. Because once you take up that violence, you are that system. You've bought into the system that violence in some way there'll be a positive outcome. And every social movement where there's been peaceful resistance, when they've not taken up violence, they win. Every time Kelsey Warren sicks his dogs on your people and you don't take up violence, he loses. Every time the police hit you with a rubber bullet or mace you or beat you or put you in dog cages and treat you like an animal, they lose. Every time the National Guard comes and stands as an extension of the fossil fuel industry and does not fight for the people, they lose. Peaceful resistance is the way to win. And it's only going to get harder. But that's how you win. They want you to draw blood. They want to be able to crush you with their weaponry, with their tanks, with their armor, with their might, with their force. You've seen it, I've seen it. They want you to draw first blood so they can crush you. They lose when you remain peaceful. And it's hard. It's really, really hard. But that's how you win. Kelsey Warren You're a bad actor. Somewhere I have to believe in you because you like music, that somewhere inside you, you have a soul. But you can't call your music festival the Cherokee Music Festival and then come here and destroy native rights. You can't live in a community that only in 2000 allowed people of color to live there and say that you care about people. You're wrong on this, buddy. And we're going to fight you. So, folks, reach out to Kelsey Warren and tell him he's wrong.
Peacefully.
Peacefully.
Whakatau tarangia tūnei. Whakatau ta papai takotonei. Whakatau nauri. O mātātua. Nani o waka e tau nei. Whakatau kia koutou. Noi tangata whenua ki tā wahi. Nauri o te raupatu. E whakaputanara ki te whai au ki te marama. Whāno, whāno. Tūmai ngā toki o. Haumi e. Uia! Noia! Koe nei te mihia ke kia koutou. Anei rā mātou. Nauri o wanui arangi o whakararau. Nani o waka o mātātua e tau nei. E haka nei kia koutou, kai nauri o te raupatu. Nō reira, koe nei te mihia ke kia koutou, tau ana kai te whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa, e tau ana. Ora mo puta! Tote wi mai! Bongai wi taka! Bonai wi ya! Bontaina!
We stand with our brothers and our sisters. We stand with our people for one nation. We stand for water, for life. We stand with our brothers and our sisters. We stand with our people for one nation. We stand for water, for life. We stand. We stand. We stand. We stand. Woo!
Brothers and sisters, can you hear the sound? My mama's crying, walls are burning down. Can't put out the fire, we can hold the flame. Return now to the earth from where we came. Our people are rising up, dancing in the streets. Voices of the ancients fulfill the prophecies. For sacred waters and sacred lands, every woman, every man, oh, every child on this earth, join hands, and don't be afraid to be a mountain, oh, a mountain. Call upon the love inside and know you're boundless, you're boundless. Be a child, be a lion, be an ocean, be a mountain, be a child, be a lion, be an ocean. I am gonna stand with you, whether you lead, whether you follow. I am gonna stand with you, not far behind, right by your side. I am gonna stand with you. Whether you lead, no matter what, whether you follow, we will stand. I'm gonna stand with you. Tall like a mountain, far behind, no matter what, right by your side. We will stand.
Yeah, stand for me like I stand for you. People searching for the fountain of youth. I found my truth. Look into the eyes of you. Now I seek to uplift everything that I do. Mirror images reflecting the change made in your likeness. We are one and the same. I feel your pain. Memories are carried by flames. Love is a melody. I heard the angels sing. We gotta obtain a system that is built to sustain. Can't wash us out like a shirt with a stain. Remember your name. This is the indigenous reign. Sovereignty is what we proclaim. Stand up for the 7th generation we come to this earth as the chosen ones. Align your mind with the signs of time. Shit's about to get real and we're gonna be fine. So just
pray for the man with the gun in his hand. Lay down your weapons and come make a stand. Pray for the children who lost their way. Pray for our people, we need you. I pray for your heart 'cause you're hurting inside from all the pain that you're trying to hide. Pray for your healing, I'll stay by your side. Open your eyes, I can see you. I am gonna stand with you, whether you lead, whether you follow. I am gonna stand with you, not far behind, right by your side. I am gonna stand with you, whether you lead, whether you follow. We will stand. I'm gonna stand with you, not far behind, right by your side. We will stand. I'm gonna stand.
Okay, guys. That's fun. I like doing that with you.
is here to protect the water.
I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a harmony keeper. I'm committed to stand in solidarity with Standing Rock.
My name is Winona Castro, and I'm from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. I'm a traditional cook here at Ocheti Shakali. When we first started, it was like a couple hundred. It grew to like 3,000. It was crazy how, much people that came.
Okay, he's gonna pray. Everybody, need your attention.
Us women are backbone of our families and backbone of our people.
Oh, nice and snug.
It's beautiful to see all nations representing here, fighting for the same reason, for our earth, for our mother, for our water.
Water is life. Water is sacred. Today our hearts are grieved because we can't carry on the way our ancestors had for 10,000 years. And there's a lot of people here today who carry the same grief as I.
Brothers, sisters!
Many of us, me particularly, are from the units that have hurt you over the many years. We came, we fought you, we took your land, we signed treaties that we broke, we stole minerals from your sacred hills, we blasted the faces of our presidents onto your sacred mountain, and we took still more land, and then we took your children, and then we tried to take your language, and we tried to eliminate your language that God gave you, and that the Creator gave you. We didn't respect you. We polluted your earth. We've hurt you in so many ways. And we've come to say that we are sorry. We are at your service, and we beg for your forgiveness.
World peace. World peace. We will take a step. We are Lakota, a sovereign nation. We were the nation, and we're still a nation. We have a language to speak. We have preserved the caretakers of this hemisphere. We do not own the land owns us.
And I pray for all our people right now in this time. It's been very confusing. There's been a lot of violence. And we live in a way, a peaceful way, in a good way, and we ask that you give us the courage and the strength to continue this way.
I am my brother's keeper, yes, I am my mama's child. She gave me a lion heart and she told me to be kind. She taught me to paint my dreams into my reality. And she said, first you gotta wake up, baby, get your head right, and keep your eyes wide open, and keep your eyes wide open. Peaceful
system we live in. Turn the negative into a positive. Listen, children, you came from the stars and you're more magical than you ever knew you are. Let your love guide you, let your light shine true. Don't let it mind you, got diamonds inside your soul. Don't be afraid of who you are. Kings and queens who came from the stars. Who needs proof when you know what truth is? The truth just is. It needs no mirror to exist. And since we're living in the shadow of the dark, find a light path back to the heart of the matter. Cause somebody's pockets is getting fatter every time we eat the lies that they fed us. I'm fed up. It's time to get up, stand up, children. Keep your head up. Peaceful warrior. Peaceful warrior. Peaceful warrior. Peaceful warrior. We stay rising. 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 From the silence, there's the thunder, lightning strike with the song of our mother. Echoes resound with the healing rays. Dance from the depth of the night till we feel the strength. Moon knows the sun, sun knows the moon. Hearts are all friends, we remember truth. Call upon the Father, won't wait any longer. Get the stars in the darkness, light is always stronger. Heal our relations, unite all nations, all directions for the next 7 generations. Babylon, rainbow bridge, universal language, vibration. Prayers for the planet as we reawaken. Love is a theme, dream, we have the power to reinstate it. The source of creation for the next seven generations. 7 generations. 7 generations. 7 generations. 7 generations. Medicine woman on the rise, lift your voice up to the skies. All the children must unite. You know we're getting through this. Warrior people on the rise, lift your voice up to the skies. Great star nation by sight. We are the ones that do this. Peaceful warrior. Peaceful warrior. Peaceful warrior. Peaceful warrior. We stay rising. 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 We stay rising.
In this together. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one child. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one child. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one child. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one child. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one child. One people, one nation, one family. One people, one nation, one child. Hallelujah! We are in this together. Yeah!
This is Dabu7. Some updated information in regards to Standing Rock and the Dakota Access Pipeline protests that have been going on. This has been heated for some time. We've seen them unload water cannons, shoot them up with rubber bullets. They shattered Revolutionary Z's finger up there filming, targeted his hand and his phone. Private security contractors unleashing dogs. Provocateurs coming up here waving guns. The whole nine. And these people are simply fighting for the right to have clean water. Now, I want to let it be known here that their one water source Lake Oahe is actually an Army Corps of Engineer project. Now, that's scary, knowing the battle that they're going through now, to know that on these reservations, some of them, when they were planning these out a long time ago, they must have seen they don't have any natural water sources here, so we have to supply them with one. So let's build one, a project, like Lake Oahe. But then, in the end of it, inevitably, they are in control of it. It was their project. Now, this is the same Army Corps of Engineers that was waiting for this easement, and they were supposed to let this environmental thing go through here, which they did not do, which is BS to me. I don't care if you love or hate Trump. The signing off of these executive orders is BS. To not take the time to look at the livelihoods of these people or to even care is BS. And this is some of the backlash that's going to come back to haunt individuals. Anyone that is for the oppression of the people, karma comes quick and from out the shadows. I'll say that. But what we did have in December was a whole slew of Army veterans come up here and form a human shield. Now, some of them, like Clark Jr., we were questioning, why are you even going? Because it didn't seem their true intentions were to truly protect these people. It was just to try to show like they were the good guys, like they were doing something good. Now, some of those individuals are not coming back up here. And what they're going to do is they're going to try to help fund them the best they can. They've created a GoFundMe page. It's raised almost $250,000 here to help them. And they can send in supplies, and people can come up here. At the end of the day, the same thing is going to happen. It's going to be a frontline standoff with these like paramilitary forces on the ground, mercenary forces, shooting at the people. And the Army vets are saying, look, we're going to bring our skills to the forefront. If they want to shoot us first, then that's what's going to happen. We're going to stand between the Indians and them. And for the first time in history, U.S. military is going to be on the ground, not trying to kill the Indians, trying to save their lives. That is coming out of their own mouths. This is coming out of your own veterans' mouths, ladies and gentlemen. You wonder why the number has shrunk so low in this country? Because people are waking up. People don't want to go join this beast military to go fight and kill innocent people. I'm here to tell you there's a battle right here in this country, and if you want to defend your people, you do it right here. No need to sign up for Uncle Sam. He's just going to send you off to the slaughter when you need to fight for your people right here. We need you. Where is the movement in this country? People going to lay down? You just going to lay down and let the tank run over you in the street? Or are you people going to stand up and do something? There's a fine line here between being provoked into doing something that shouldn't go down and getting up off your ass and doing something that should be done. So, for all those that have been sitting on their ass thinking some white knight's going to save the day, I'm going to tell you, you're going to sit back and you're going to watch on TV since you didn't decide to get proactive and you think everyone else is going to win the battle. You're going to watch people get slaughtered out here. You're going to watch them get pummeled. And then when the day comes when they're in your backyard, there's going to be no one there to help you. I want you to remember that. When you see them coming down your street, out your windows, I want you to remember that you never did anything to help anyone else, so there won't be anyone coming to help you. That's why I say we're in this together. You make your stand, you defend those that are righteous, then they will be there for you when it's needed. But if not, expect nothing. And for the troops, the vets that are going up here, putting their lives on the line here to stand on the front lines, much respect. Much respect to anyone and everyone out there that fights the good fight, that sees the bigger picture, that cares about human life above any of the material things. This has been Dabu 7. Peace.
Tell me your name and a little bit about your work.
I'm John Bolenball. I've been making well, it started out, I just was documenting a cover-up, and the biggest cover-up in United States history, and we had 1 million gallons, and I believe it was about 3 million gallons that spilled into our local creek that went into the river, Kalamazoo River, and then went into Lake Michigan. And I seen 40 miles of dead fish, thousands of dead animals. I seen a dump truck full of dead animals once. And I didn't take a picture at the time because I thought, well, this is oil spill. It's the first one I ever worked on. And I figured, well, you know, that's what happens when you have an oil spill. But I had no idea later that they would say it didn't happen, that there was only 36 dead geese and things like that, and that the fish are fine. I just was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And so when I was seeing this cover up, I just started taking pictures. We were allowed to use text messages, and we could, you know, take a break and text our wife or whatever. And I started taking video and pictures of them planting grass over the oil. And I mean, there was no denying it. It was a cover-up. And I got fired the next day, you know, because I went to the head guy and I said, you're not going to do this in my community anymore. And, you know, I'm gone. It's easy. They just say you're out of there. And so I went and got an attorney and asked him some questions. Because my uncle told me to, I had no idea it was called a whistleblower lawsuit. I started documenting all the cover-up. I went to 1,400 homes door to door to find all the sick people. A lot of the people already moved, already settled, so those are the real sick ones that I still have to find and interview. But I interviewed about 150 people approximately, and it's just crazy. People, their mom died, their sister died, their wife died, their kid died, and they don't know it's from the oil spill because they don't know that these chemicals can do that. We had people life-flighted.
So, can I play devil's advocate a little bit?
Sure,
so, because I've seen some of your videos,
right?
And man, are you sure when they're putting these nets over it and planting grass? I mean, you're not mistaken?
No. Well, they recleaned it up. Costed about $600 million to redredge and reclean up.
What makes you so sure?
What makes me so sure? Because I have the documents. The documents specifically say that they signed off on all these areas, 3 with the EPA. So you have a Enbridge supervisor that signs off, then you have an EPA supervisor that signs off, and then Enbridge, EPA, DEQ, which is Michigan, then Enbridge and EPA again. They say that it's done, we're restoring it. You don't restore something unless you're done. I mean, and it says 100% clean. And so that's how I can 100% prove it. And it's just logical. You don't plant grass over oil. It's just common sense. I don't even have to be an expert to know that.
Now, tell me about this oil field that's 6 football fields deep. Tell me about that.
Okay, so I have a brother-in-law that works in the oil industry. And we were just all sitting around for Christmas about 4 years ago. And he said, you know, yeah, there was we buried oil in this one place, acting like it was no big deal. And I had testified under oath to this. And it was between, I can't remember if it was 3 or 6 football fields full of oil, but he said it's 6 foot deep. They buried it. There was a spill, and instead of really telling the press about it, they just put dirt over all of it. What they do is when there's spills, they just say it's maintenance. So they don't report 70% of the spills. It's back in some field, and the press is never around, and they get away with it. But in Kalamazoo, Michigan, I mean, for 3 days the spill occurred and no one knew about it except for the residents in the local area were starting to smell it. And I have people saying I smelled it 3 days before they said it happened. And then we have Enbridge looking for oil. I have witnesses saying, hey, there was an Enbridge truck saying they were looking for oil 24 hours before they even said it happened. And so they want to cover these up. They don't want anybody to know about what happens when there's an oil spill.
So what's the connection to the insurance companies in these cover-ups?
And I didn't understand this at first, but it took me a minute. But so in Michigan, they knew there was cracks in the pipe for 5 years. So what they did is they just kept getting extensions. And every time they get an extension, it postpones it 6 months to a year or whatever. And then when there's a spill, which there was, they normally don't tell nobody about it, and they just clean it up and it's maintenance because it's forcible. They have to fix it at that time. So they squeeze out all the revenue. But when there is a spill, the insurance company hires them to clean up their own mess. So instead of losing $8 million a day in this pipeline to fix it, which takes about 30 to 60, maybe 90 days to fix, instead of losing those few $100 million of lost revenue, all they do is have the insurance company pay them to clean up their own mess. They own the cleanup companies, most of them. They make the cleanup materials, so they profit from that. They buy the property in the whole area. In our case, it was 40 miles of river on both sides. They bought a lot of the property, but they buy it for like 70% of what it's worth. And then later on, 2, 3, 4 years later, they'll say, oh, it's clean. They'll sell it to somebody for 110% now, so they have that 40% profit. And they have you sign off on it saying if you get sick, you can't sue.
So you're not suggesting that this business model is by design.
It is.
You're saying it's designed to fail?
Yes. Yeah. If they went around and fixed all the pipes, the workers would have work for hundreds of years. We would always be working. But what they do is they just let these pipes just get so bad that they have to shut them down. I mean, they don't care about the pipes. They leave them in. When they do eminent domain, you have to pay taxes on that property for the rest of your life for that easement. You can't build a fence on it. You can't build a building on it. You can't plant crops over it. But you have to pay taxes on it for the rest of your life. And if you break it, like let's say you're driving your plow across it for some reason or forget it's there and you break it, you got to pay to fix it. I mean, and then your farm's gone.
So the oil is we're getting it from the soil. I mean, it seemed perfectly harmless, right?
Well, I mean, it was meant to stay in the ground. It wasn't meant to, drink. You can't drink oil. And
is there something they're doing to the oil that's making it more dangerous?
Of course. So let's say tar sand oil. They take this tar and sand in Canada and they process the tar out of it, but there's still particles of sand. So when they put it through the pipe, it's like peanut butter. It's really thick. And they actually can't get it to flow through. So they put all these thinners in it and they heat it up and use high pressure. And the thinners are benzene, toluene, hydrogen sulfide, methane, propane, hexane, all these super toxic chemicals that cause havoc on the environment and our systems when we smell it when there's a spill. And it's very corrosive and it eats away at the inside of the pipe. It eats the welds, and that's why most of the pipeline breaks are at the welds and they just separate.
So why are all these people here at Standing Rock? Why do they feel that it's so important, this cause, to stop this DAPL pipeline here?
Well, I've been doing this 6 years, and I had a vision when all this happened that people would see this footage. I figured I'd be dead by now. I didn't think I'd be around yet, or still. I did a last will and testament. I had a lot of death threats. Slashed tires, cut brakes, got hit over the head once. Bullets taken out of my motorcycle wheel before I testified under oath. I didn't think I'd be around, and I just was getting things prepared so history could use my videos. And I've been waiting for Standing Rock for a long time. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for these people to wake up, to understand what I saw. See, the thing is, people just don't understand until it happens. Yeah, and I saw it. I lived through it. I lived on the river. I was a union member. I worked on the river. I seen the devastation, and I'm a Navy veteran, Bronze Star. I fought for my country, when I was out there. But just because I don't get a paycheck from the government anymore doesn't mean that I'm not fighting for the people in my country now. And people are dying. And I love animals. I love nature. And to see all those dead fish, just pulling them out one by one, it sickened me. I could be very rich right now. If I would have just shut my mouth and documented the oil spill and the cover-up and waited 2 years and they were gone, I would have got 10% of the cleanup after that, which was $600 million. I would have got $60 million. I would be so rich. I could do anything I want for the rest of my life. But then I would die and I would probably go to hell because I would know those kids got cancer because of me. Maybe I can't help every single person, but maybe I saved 100 lives. Or maybe they lived an extra 30 years. And so I'm just trying to get the word out, and people, there's at least probably 1,000 people that are here because of my videos. I've had hundreds of people come up to me saying, I am here, John, because I saw your videos and it moved me, and this is a revolution, and I am the missing piece. I am what people need to see. The people that don't believe what's going on and why you're at Standing Rock, you have to see my videos so you understand why these people are so passionate about giving their lives to protect Mother Earth. They're putting themselves, they're getting beat up by these police officers You got beat up by the police officers, you know, and DAPL workers. People are having their hands up saying, I love you, and they're getting shot with rubber bullets, point blank, and coughing up blood. You know, they're spraying mace at people that are swimming, and I mean, I can't imagine if I can't breathe and I'm trying to swim, what's going to happen to me? Somebody's going to die. These police officers in the National Guard, somebody is going to die at the hands of our government. And Obama's letting it happen, and I know Trump's going to let it happen. And we have to do something to stop these pipelines. We have to fix the old pipelines we have. We have to start going to solar and wind. We do not need any new pipelines. The reason why is because 90% of all the new pipelines are 100% for export. It's not for the United States oil. It's not for your car. It is for someone else's car in another country. It's our biggest export in the United States is oil. And I mean, I had people argue with me about it. Get a job. I have a job. You know, I work 16 hours a day, 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. I work hard, and I still do this on the side. And I've almost lost my wife for it. She almost left me because this is so stressful on my family. The vacuum started smelling one day, and she called me crying and thinking there's a bomb in the house. This is traumatic. This is really hard what I do. And I just need everybody to just understand that Standing Rock is the right thing. The people that are giving their souls to this is doing the right thing. And I need your support. Please watch my videos. Go to dappleize.com or helpa.org. And it's very important. Just go watch just a top video. Send it to, if you know any movie stars, any rich people, send it to them. I just got to get the documentary done. I have not accepted donations for 6 years. That was a rule of mine. For 5 years I was not going to do it. I've been working lately, so I didn't accept any. And now's the time. Standing Rock, they asked me to come out here. They asked me to get this documentary done. The Chiefs have actually asked me for DVDs of this stuff immediately. I need your help. If you can help me financially or if you're a good editor.
Thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
They call it a pipeline, but those on the front lines know that black snake was sent for us to grow, to shed the skin our ancestors pray, of wounds old and calloused, so that we may stay, so that we may unite, unity our tool. No weapons are found in this court of rule. Men becoming ki'ais, steadfast in their guard, protecting women's hearts as their song become roots, roots to cast out healing for all sentient beings, to honor sacred mother, heart forward we heal. The salmon will run, the Mauna will breathe, the rivers will flow. The rainbow is here, and prophecy tells us
in our ceremonies they talk to us about the creation story. And we have our creation story where the Inga is first creation. It was a rock, it's a spirit. And then the second creation is the Maniwachwani, the water of life. The great spirit said, no, take care of that sacred water. Their first medicine is the first water. Yeah, this is the Dakota Territory. This place is, you might say, is like the Old West, you know. People talk about cowboys and Indians. No, life has changed so fast within the last 100 years. In the 50s, they made a dam all along the Missouri River. Today, coming here to Standing Rock, that in our prophecies, it says that the black snake would come across the country, and then but when it dives into the ground, that's where it's going to bring much sickness. And to us, they're laying that the black snake, and they're going to go under Missouri River. And that's why we are trying to stop the black snake. So all this ground that we are standing on, the oil is down there. In our teachings, we can't go dig here and there because we might lift up that dark spirit. And now that dark spirit is here. Already, all the fracking has destroyed from East Coast to West Coast, all the water. Without water, we can't live. We can't survive. That was taught long ago. Well, it kind of makes me sad that people just abuse water just like that. And so today, but we are trying to tell the people of the world that this Maniwichoni, the water of life, and that's a spirit that they have to talk to and respect. And that's what we are doing right now here. So next is the blue gold. The blue gold is water that people are going to fight over that blue gold. That's coming right now, and that's where we are right now. We made a statement saying that we are at the crossroads. Either be faced with a lot of chaos, disasters, tears from our relatives' eyes, different viruses and sickness, or we can unite spiritually in this global community. Then we can create the energy shift to heal together, because we as nations upon Mother Earth, we need to respect each other. That's what it's going to take to heal Mother Earth. And that this is in our time right now. We have to have hope. We have to believe in spirit. And that's the only way that we can create miracles.
So they advised us that anybody who's up there is going to be arrested, is going to be charged with criminal trespass. We informed them that we are unarmed, we are non-violent, and we don't intend to be aggressive, but that we have a duty to our people, we have a duty to our land, to the waters, to the sacred sites, and to the sacred beings of this hemisphere and this universe. And for everybody up there who is showing by their sacrifice, by placing their bodies in harm's way, in a corporate state of violent oppression. That's what's happening right now at the confluence of the Cannonball and Missouri rivers. We have the focal point of the fight for the very soul of our countries and our hemisphere. It's going down right now for a people's right to clean drinking water, to make sure that their families and their children and their posterity have a way of life to derive from the true gifts of the powers of creation. Not only is water sacred, but water is the basis of all economic value the world over. If we don't stand up now, we lose. We lose the fight for the soul of this country. We let Trump tyranny prevail and continue to violate the constitutional rights of everybody to speak freely, to peaceably assemble outside of any prescribed free speech zones. We allow them to illegally search, seize, and surveil every citizen in this country. We have political prisoners like Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, Leonard Peltier, Mumia Abu Jamal, people who fled Assata Shakur in North Dakota. We have Red Fawn Felix. We have 600 people who've been brutalized, who've had their rights violated by Morton County, by the North Dakota National Guard, by the North Dakota governor, by the North Dakota Republican-led legislature, and North Dakota media. We have a collusion to demonize, dehumanize, and continue to expropriate from the original caretakers and owners, superior sovereign title holders in this hemisphere. And this is time that we stand up. It's our turn now. So that's what's happening here today. People are willing to step forward. They're willing to get arrested. They're willing to say no more. Trump is not going to degrade us as human beings the way that him and Steve Bannon are trying to do, not only to us, but to the world. They are coming for all of our rights. It's not just the Mexicans, the people who also have an original claim, an original identity in this hemisphere, being declared an illegal human being, having a wall built between them and their families and their loved ones. It's not just the entirety of the peace-loving Muslims in this world who are being discriminated against, who are having their rights violated right now. And you see all over our country, this is our country. This isn't Trump's country. And we're gonna have to stand up in peace and dignity to face down our enemy, which is fear, division, and confusion, all of which the corporate state, the mass media, and the government of the United States perpetrates on our populations. But there are people who are woke, who are getting woke, and who are going to stay woke. And we still have warriors among us. And I'm proud and happy and dignified to stand in the light with our brothers and sisters, our Two-Spirit Nation, people who do not fit the demographic that Trump is seeking to protect and elevate, which is the well-capitalized Euro-hetero patriarchy. We do not fit that, so we are on the chopping block. Native nations are facing termination right now, and we have to stand up. We don't have a choice. Our children are looking to us to stand up for them, just the same as Crazy Horse stood up for us, just the same as Sitting Bull stood up for us. It's time for us to look within and seek that liberation.
Yeah, we made a bit of a conscious decision before going to the law conference that if we had time and the availability, that would go over and just show support just quickly. We knew we couldn't spend much time, but we could go and take a flag and we can go and show that there are those in the other side of the world that recognise what they're going through. It was a long journey. It was like 23 hours, took 2 days to get there. Thankfully we had an RV which was fully fitted out. We got there about 4 a.m. in the morning, and we recognised that the environment was pretty tense even at that time. There was a police block, and then I noticed a large armoured vehicle, which I came to find out later was a Stingray communications interception vehicle. And so the police with the lights, the police at that roadblock were the Indian reservation police. So they were just letting people know what's happening, making sure everyone's going to be safe, asking where everyone was going, but they were not there to hinder. They were there to pretty much provide support. We got through so we got through that and headed towards the camp. And it was in the middle of nowhere, so there's no lights, so we weren't too sure exactly where the campsite was until we got through to the water protector barricades. So they prefer to be called protectors, not protesters. And then that's when it became sort of real for us. That's when they were questioning who we were and why we were there. One of the protectors wanted to search our vehicle. They were very suspicious. You could feel the anxiety that they were going through. So I had no qualm, or I don't blame them at all for the way that they were feeling. One of them asked us who we were, and we said we're from New Zealand and we've come to provide some support. And they said, "Are you Māori?" And we said, "Yes, we are." And they said, "Oh, no, that's fine." I think being on that front line made a difference. A lot of people I've spoken to said that when they saw the flag on the front line, they felt that, yeah, we can participate in something. We can be a part of this process of history of supporting, and we can help make a difference. Those who can stand in Standing Rock, then that's good. There are many who can't stand at Standing Rock, so I guess we can stand where we are, and that's important. We can make differences, we can participate where we are. If we can participate at home through social media, then we can do that. It's been quite amazing to see the reaction and response on social media to the haka for Standing Rock and support for what's happening in Standing Rock. Surprising, quite honestly. You know, you don't know how things will go viral, but when they do, they do. So something's resonating with our people here. I think maybe because having been on the front line, we're from here, we're from Tairāwhiti, our family being there. So there were people, there's a bit of familiarity. With haka with Standing Rock is a sense of something we can do to participate, and so people have picked up on that.
I'm part of the 7th generation prophecy, and what that means is there's a prophecy that my people told 7 generations ago when Sin Bull was alive. There's a prophecy that 7 generations from then, that the youth will rise up, that they will be awakened. It is kind of crazy, it's almost been a year. In April, there were only 5 of us. I always remember in the beginning of this whole movement, the way it used to be. It was so intimate, it was so personal. In the beginning, nobody really wanted to stand up, nobody really wanted to camp. And so the youth took it upon ourselves to camp. And it kind of blew up into this really big movement after the youth ran to Washington, D.C. and Omaha, Nebraska.
39 Native Americans are 2,000 miles from their reservation in North Dakota to protest the building of an oil pipeline.
We ran because, again, no one was paying attention to us. But when we came back, there were like thousands of people here. They're like, I've never seen that many people or that many people coming together from different nations, from different ethnicities, from different religions, all coming together because we ran, because we sacrificed for what we believed in.
A protest in North Dakota against a major oil pipeline continues to grow.
When all the people came, yeah, the youth got swept aside. We didn't really get paid attention to. All the elders came in, they're just like, all right, you did your part, you're relieved, we got this.
Be a good neighbor to South Dakota, think about their water. All of South Dakota's water is down.
As everything started to get colder, people started to get more agitated, more impatient about the way the movement was flowing. Them still digging and our prayers not stopping it, and they wanted to take it upon themselves and stop it themselves. And a lot of people got hurt. I got pepper sprayed like 5 times. My boyfriend got shot. It was all horrible. It didn't need to be like that. The youth, the International Indigenous Youth Council, we're there at every action to de-escalate because we knew how they felt. We were angry too. I was angry. I was pretty pissed off.
We do have a fire truck, but we need you guys to go south before we can bring the fire truck up.
At least we can guide them as youth to say, hey, if you're fighting for my future, do it this way. Just back off. You don't gotta say all those things. You don't have to be angry. You don't have to cuss at the police. You don't have to throw anything at them. We just kind of like talked them down. Well, after that, it got peaceful. And I thank God it got peaceful because it got really, really tense there. But we came back in prayer. We reminded our people of what they were fighting for. Now that the pipeline got approved, it is very hard right now to remain in prayer and to remain peaceful. It is hard to have all this anger inside of you, to have everything in your being to say no, to try and stop that pipeline with all of that. Yeah, I know the feeling for a lot of men struggling not to pick up a gun because this is gonna kill their children. It's hard. But we keep on doing it right now. We are struggling to hold on to that part of ourselves that is pure, that is natural, that is nature. This has changed my life completely. My life will never be the same. I will never be the same girl I was when I first came to camp. I'll never be that person again because I'm not scared. I used to be, but then I found courage. Many people gave me courage, and I'm going to continue this fight, and I'm probably going to continue fighting for the rest of my life.
A standing rock. Standing rock. The prophecy states the black snake will break, spill its poison to the rivers and lakes. Let this ground shake as we beat our drums. Mother's wisdom, guide our tongues. Unite the tribes, voice stronger as one through peaceful rebellion. Her will be done. Let our hearts speak. Through prayer do we sustain generations of life in these waterways. Greed is dead. Black snake, shed your skin, birth now, rainbow serpent within. The age of peace has come, and it's clear. Old ways are crumbling, begone age of fear. Let us remember remember this very day the power of gratitude in the ways that we pray. Give thanks to the rivers, give thanks to the creeks, give thanks to the oceans by keeping them clean. Give thanks to police who signed up to protect. Let us help them remember through love and respect. We love you, policemen. We love you, politicians. Love you to take a moment to remember and listen. Listen to her heartbeat as she nurtures your life. Listen to her calling you back to your tribe. Listen to your daughter as she asks for clean water to grow. Listen to your son as he learns of which seeds to sow. Will history repeat again and again? I cannot bear to watch greed poison my friends. We're on the same team. You know this be true. How will this play out? It's all up to you.
This is more than the pipeline, and we all know it. This is a place where we have come together to say no. That will stop Dakota Access Pipeline is our continued pressure. That is our strength. The bigger the numbers, the louder the voice. need to mobilize.
We need boots on the ground.
Come and support.
If you can come out here, get out here.
This movement is something that I've wanted to be a part of for my whole life.
I feel like I couldn't be anywhere else but here, right now.
Mini-Wachoni means water is life. Just because it's a simple truth does not mean that we can sit by idly.
We're fighting for people's health. We're fighting to heal Mother Earth.
It's for our children and your children.
Stand with us.
It's time. Now.
There's potential to really transform our relationship with each other and our Earth.
Help us. We need your voices.
Mini-Wachoni.
Come with us.
The time is now.
There's only one God, one prayer to save the earth.
Gain understanding. Follow your heart. You know what's right. Become human with me again.
The only thing that keeps me going is prayer. And I have to have faith that my prayers are being heard. Because there's a company that's saying, we're gonna build this no matter what. And they'll say this pipeline will never break. It's gonna break. And who's gonna pay the cost?
Native people, we're like pieces of people. We all have this trauma. I used to tell people when I was young, they would say, and what do you Indians want? The right to be left alone to live. Now I don't see that as an option. Now we must do our best to live and show the rest of the world how to live.
People gonna rise like the water, all colors and all creeds. Hear the voice of a great granddaughter, singing Mini-Wachoni.
defend your life. Standing strong or standing rock. Standing strong or standing rock. Standing strong or standing rock. Standing strong, standing strong. Raise your voice. 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 Raise your Come on, raise your voice. Raise your voice. Defend the sacred. 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 Defend the sacred. Raise your voice. Defend the sacred. Raise your voice, defend the sacred. Standing strong or standing rock. Standing strong, standing, we won't be silenced. Defend the sacred. We won't be silenced. Defend the sacred. We won't be silenced. We won't be
This land is your land, this land is mine. We must protect Mother Earth in these trying times. She heals our wounds with nature's bandage, yet we don't reciprocate, instead we take advantage. We don't need a pipeline, just another lifeline, and I'll stand with you if you stand with me. We don't need a pipeline, just another lifeline, and I'll stand with you if you stand with me. I call upon you to rise up like the sun. Never let your hope burn out for anyone. Stay strong, my warriors, and stay the course. Let your love flow like a mighty river, and life will be your just reward. We don't need a pipeline, just another lifeline, and I'll stand with you if you stand with me. We don't need a pipeline, just another lifeline, and I'll stand with you if you stand with me. From the fish in the water to the birds in the sky, we are not so different from them, you and I. No matter what your stance is, every little thing deserves second chances. We can feel it in our beating hearts, we can see it in our conscious mind. We don't need a pipeline, just another lifeline, and I'll stand with you. Stand with me. We don't need a pipeline, just another lifeline, and I'll stand with you if you stand with me. And I'll stand with you if you stand with me. Yeah, I'll stand with you if you stand with me. Yeah, I'll stand with you if you stand with me.
Treaty land right now. How do you feel with them
coming on treaty land? How do you feel in your own land of your ancestors? How do you feel?
I feel disrespected. I feel hurt. You know, I feel this hurt that these guys won't never understand. You know, I try to tell them, but you know, the only reason why we're moving back is because they're armed, batons, tear gas, riot gear, weapons, rubber bullets. That's what it takes for them to push us back. They carry weapons because they're scared.
What does this land mean to you, this traditional land?
This land means everything. Look at over there, all the buffalo. Look at all those buffalo. Look at all those buffalo there. They're coming for you guys. Be careful.
Watch what happens. There they are. Tatanka Oyate, the Buffalo Nation, in support of the protectors. How cool is that? No way.
Okay, they can stop taking it. I'm good. Let's conserve our TVU battery.
Yeah, in your face, people. That's beautiful.
Alright, I'm being arrested. Because I was trespassing like everyone else. But as soon as you guys asked me to leave, I left.
You left. You left.
She was down there, everybody was down
We all
there.
left.
I'm going to share a song as a way of showing my support to the brothers and sisters that are at Standing Rock. If you don't know what's happening at Standing Rock, there are people peacefully protesting to protect the sacred lands from the pipelines that are being built there that will damage the waters of the Native Americans and the people living near the waters. And this video is also for people that feel moved by the outrageous pain that is happening in the world and feel like there's nothing they can do. Because I believe that there is something that we can do, and that's actually allowing ourselves to be moved to tears by that. And I believe that our tears are holy and our tears are cleansing ourselves, but also the world from the toxins and the pain. And I think the difference is in the way we cry. If we cry like we are a victim, and if we cry like, oh, there's nothing I can do and it's so sad, then okay, maybe it's not healing, it's just hurting ourselves. But if we cry in an ecstatic way, in a blissful way, in a sacred way, then our tears do become sacred, and it's like, okay, just take my body, use my body, use my crying tears to heal the world. And that's how we become a wounded healer. And I really believe that everything we do individually, the work inside, is actually affecting the world on a larger scale. So the micro and the macro are connected with each other. So what is happening now at Standing Rock is actually symbolic for what is happening in the world and what is happening inside each and every individual. What I totally recognize is that finally I'm also able to protest within myself against toxins entering my body. So they are protecting the sacred land, they are protecting our Mother Earth, but this is the same as our own body. Our body is the earth. So we also have to learn on an individual level how to keep the toxins out, how to protest against it, how to say no, how to stand up for ourselves. And so I believe this is what is happening in the world, and
the movie Avatar is really touching me because I feel that this is, well, I used to feel that this was a prophecy, but actually it's happening in our world right now as we speak, that the sacred lands are being damaged, are being used and abused, and it's time to stand up and speak up, and it's time to sing our songs and do our prayers and speak our voices. So this is my way of doing that. Ancient Mother, I hear your calling. Ancient Mother, I hear your song. Ancient Mother, I hear your laughter. Ancient Mother, I taste your tears. Ancient Mother, I hear your calling. Ancient Mother, I hear your song. Ancient Mother, I hear your laughter. Ancient Mother, I hear your tears. Ancient Mother, I hear your calling. Ancient Mother, I hear your song. Ancient Mother, I hear your laughter. Ancient Mother, I taste your tears. Ancient Mother, I hear your calling. Ancient Mother, I taste your tears. Ancient Mother, I hear your laughter. Ancient Mother, I taste your tears. So be willing to hear the calling, be willing to hear the laughter, and be willing to taste the tears. And that's how we heal our world. Thank you.
With the stroke of a pen, Trump's trying to undo everything we've worked so hard for. But as Indigenous people, our existence is our resistance. We protect Mother Earth and the water because it's who we are and we have no other choice. I'm facing 7 years in prison, yet I remain dedicated to peace and prayer. Pray with us.
One family. If we don't stand, who will? On earth. The wind comes in four corners, four directions, four colors. And death rides on four horsemen. A black snake with some black tanks. How much money do these companies need to make? They could drop their product, but they wanna save a buck. Already extracted billions, when is enough? I used to be in the oil fields, getting paid, but I quit, cause oil water I can't drink. Look down and see Kamimi lie die in the mud. I looked up and told myself that enough's enough. Money does not own my soul, living comfortable. It's not in my plans, my hands in the sand. Some things worth more than gold. Some things they can't be sold. Some things can't be replaced. She's your mother, the fresh water is her veins. is going on? Have we all lost our minds? Every human needs clean water to survive.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be called.
Martin County Sheriff's Department.
Hi. I need to report an assault.
Okay, where did it occur at?
Standing Rock. They're innocent, unarmed people being attacked with water in militia-style police, firing at point-blank range with high-powered mace on unarmed people. Who protects the people?
Ma'am, yeah, if there's police there, then it has.
The police are the ones attacking innocent, unarmed people. So what do we do to stop the police literally hitting people at point-blank range in the face? People can lose eyes. People are going to get hypothermia. People could die. We have elders here. We have children here. We have all ages here. Nobody is armed except for the police. Who protects the people from the police?
Well, I guess if you want to put it up the chain of command, the next person to talk to would be the governor's office.
Love is the strongest, this path is the hardest. But if we were strong enough to do it, we wouldn't see it. Our prayers would not be needed. This movement's very needed. Indigenous wisdom unheeded and sacred things depleted. I'm Mexicano, Malacota, and I'm white too. I'm mixed with everyone, so part of me's just like you. Every group of human beings shares the same stars. And if the earth is not your mother, are you from Mars? Since 1492, 500 years and counting. Surviving the genocide they call colonizing my Turtle Island. What is the fossil fuel? Continued destruction, nothing new. Living a system, taking our children, shifting their feelings till nothing's true. I had that money in front of me, but I left it. Cause oil money's dirty if my mother gets disrespected. We're disconnected, these times are hectic and feeling heavy. But still we love all living beings and suffer for the many. We are peaceful people, that's why we walk with prayer. And if that wasn't true, we wouldn't be standing here. We're peaceful people, we walk with prayer. Turtle Island, have no fear. Despite what they show in the media, we're kind people, hold your ground. Change is coming now.
Here to protect the water. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a harmony keeper. I'm committed to stand in solidarity with Standing Rock.
My name is Winona Castro, and I'm from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. I'm a traditional cook here at Ocheti Shakali. When we first started, it was like a couple hundred. It grew to like 3,000. It was crazy how, much people that came.
Oh, okay, he's gonna pray. Everybody, need your attention.
Us women are backbone of our families and backbone of our people.
Oh, nice and snug.
Beautiful to see all nations representing here, fighting for the same reason, for our earth, for our mother, for our water.
Water is life, water is sacred. Today our hearts are grieved because we can't carry on the way our ancestors had for 10,000 years. And there's a lot of people here today who carry the same grief as I.
Brothers, sisters!
Straight connection, knee-jerk reaction, media distraction.
Haven't we fucked with our elders enough yet? Endless boring survival. Haven't we fucked with our elders enough yet? Why hang on the dead logic?
Our people always believe that the women are the backbone. And our warriors back in the day, the women would meet first, and then the guys would act on our meeting.
Like if the men went out and they didn't, a long time ago, if they didn't come back, then the women had to defend your camps, you had to defend your children and the elders. And so to me, that's how we are here.
Women are the foundation of the fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline, and I would say the fight to protect our environment for future generations.
The strength of the women have always been there. We as a society, our women have always had a leadership role.
Formed because a call out went out and people started seeing people getting arrested, and predominantly it was women. In our blood memory, when something happens to the earth, when she's being dug into and extracted from, we physically feel that pain within our own bodies. And so standing there watching them dig as they did, say, on September 3rd, September 4th, when they destroyed sacred sites, we couldn't just stand and watch. We had to break down the fences and run out into the fields and stop them.
Above anything else, I'm just a mom, you know, and I'm a mom who wants to protect the water and the land for her kids.
We're givers of life. That's our responsibility.
And so it's not just a fancy slogan, Mini Witoni, water of life. It's because water really is life, and it's the one thing across all of life that we need to survive.
500 years of oppression and genocide is what brought me here. So when people ask me, how long have you been here? I've been here 500 years through every ancestor who has suffered. This can't happen no more. Things have got to change.
I'm really thankful that as an Indigenous woman, I personally had a hand in that. And I had guidance from like all my elders and my family. And I had that foundation and having that identity of like Ma Lakota, I am Lakota. Like I am from Standing Rock.
Just keep supporting us because we're not going to give up. We're going to stay here. Even if it comes down to just a few of us, we are going to still be here. And I just would hope everybody out there believes in what we're doing and support us and pray for us. And I guess that's all we would ask.
More important than ever that we stay and we stand and we prevent the Dakota Access Pipeline from going through.
Drilling holes in tender soil and doing it in vain. Breaking earth for all its oil and no one wants the blame. Gather round on forest ground and let them hear our plea. Sing your song with reverent sound. There's more on earth than me. Listen to the rain, listen to the rain. It connects the land to sea. If you need advice, oil comes with a price. Why not ask the old oak tree? Why not ask the old oak tree? We must let them know every plant must grow. Keep our rivers safe and clean. Listen to the rain, the body has a brain. Show the land humility. It is an emergency. Help protect our family tree. Our future home depends on me. Love the earth and let it be.
In respect to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, I'm a proud Pokemon man from Palm Island. We're here to show our support for the TU Nation and the many other nations of the Americas, to support them in their plight, in their fight for justice for their water. Water is the very life and the very existence of all living things. The land, the animals, and the plants. We're going to do a dance now to share and call down our ancestral spirits to stand in the front line with you. Yamawiri, good spirit.
And what struck me so much is the certainty of the righteousness of what they are doing. And they are standing up saying, this is our clean water. This is our land. These are our sacred places. And you can't just dig them up to fill your pockets.
From the bottom of our hearts, from the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, the Lakota Nation, we thank you for standing in solidarity with Standing Rock. You are not only standing up for Standing Rock, but you're standing up for our Mother Earth and our environment. We're not protesting, we're trying to protect. You know, there's a difference. You have to keep your emotions in check, because myself, I could get so angry because when you think of attack dogs, when you think of pepper spray, mace, bullets, batons, water hoses, you think of something Selma or someplace in the south in the 1960s. But this is happening in North Dakota in 2016, and it shouldn't be happening.
The song we're offering is sung by the Cherokee people to call in our ancestors, whether those ancestors be the cloud people, the thunder beings, or the red sky, or the blue sky. Will you sing this song to invite our ancestors to come and be with us and to stand with us and watch over us and walk with us on this path of life? We offer this to you in a good way.
From Appalachia to Standing Rock and around the world, in this time of transition and rebirth upon the earth, we rise together. Thank you to the elders and the protectors who lead the way. Aho.
Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Hands hurt from holding principles, thou shalt not destroy the sacred, this is pivotal. Water is the right to life, it makes a village livable. When all relations unite, it's one nation, not divisible. Mass is critical to interrupt continued criminal infringement, though it's typical federal corporate legalese fictional. The system will get down upon its knees for sweet capital. You'll know them by their fruits, every oil spill and fracks it in polluted river sacrilege, testament to greed. Behold the black snake's avarice, consumption financed by racial and religious prejudice, general malaise of disconnectedness. So gunpoint justice prevails, it's all a yard sale. Mineral rights must go to flip the profits on the large scale. Broken treaty highway, bulldozers in the passing lane, but stocks are going up, don't mind the filthy air and acid rain. Ancestors speaking, their wisdom echoes regal, saying soar in wider circles like the condor and the eagle. When the rainbow people cometh, the beginning must be near, singing power to the peaceful, drum beats pounding in their ears, and through their fears of violence by the faceless men with guns, the guardians will hold the highest watch till Creator's kingdom comes. And one thing is more than certain, no matter how the story spun, their hearts were guided by force of love that shines brighter than the sun. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Stand on this rock, we will build our church, teach the children what the land's worth. Standing, 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 standing.
something out there. It's bigger than all of this. It is what this world is thirsty for. It is the only thing we need. It's called love. So I'm here with the one and only Koi.
How's it going?
Rocking the dreads. Today we are headed to a love mob in Santa Monica just to uplift and support the Sioux tribe and the people of Standing Rock being affected by the North Dakota Access Pipeline that's being built. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's basically going to destroy this tribe's primary source of water and ruin many sacred burial sites like on their land, and it's just an issue, I feel like, of consumerism and profit over sustainability and what is actually going to last, and that is water, not oil. Like, we keep draining Mother Earth of her resources and we keep having oil spills, and I feel like people just forget that like oil spills happen, and that like an oil spill happens and people are like, oh, that's sad, but then people just kind of forget and move on and keep building pipelines and keep drilling for oil, but they don't go away. Like, they stay there and the effects of them are lasting, and if this pipeline is built beneath this river, it will leak at some point and it will burst at some point, and we can't have that. So we are just showing our love for these people and having a love mob, and Koi is going to meet the tribe, like Cameron and Jonah and all of them. I'm so stoked. They're so great. I've been like merging the vegan community.
Once I meet them, I need to mesh them with like my tribe, with my friends that make music and like travel. And
yes!
like a giant.
Just a giant tribe. We'll all go traveling and like live in VW buses together.
Exactly.
Koi, the parking master.
That's really good parking. That's 1 millimeter.
So I nearly forgot. But I brought you avocados.
Oh, sweet.
Because I have like way too many. Like, there's more.
Can I juggle? I'll juggle them. Watch, ready? Let me see
Oh my
my
gosh. Impressive.
Oh, I dropped one.
Oh, it's okay.
Almost.
It'll make better guac. We got a $30 box with 60.
60 avocados. That's a really good deal.
Cam wants to make guac.
I'm gonna eat one right now. I've never made guacamole. Ever. Never, never, never.
Oh my gosh, we have to make guacamole, Koi.
Alright. I'm gonna stack up my backpack with avocados.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
I also have like 60 mangoes.
Oh, all these?
And
so many. You're
I
awesome.
have like 100 zucchinis.
Oh my gosh. You
So
better
if
eat
you
those
want-
quick. Zucchinis go bad really fast. Or
I need to buy a Zooler.
what you need to do is you need to dice them all up and put them all in one huge like airtight container, you know?
I'll do it.
That's pretty cool.
Found them.
One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright.
Everybody.
One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright.
Daily vlog. Here at Standing Rock with my friend Plannyful, Claire,
Plannyful, Claire.
Cameron. Oh, we're vlogging the vlog right now, huh?
Jonah wants me to teach him how to vlog.
Yeah, I mean, I really admire how, you know, vloggers are just able to look into the camera and just express themselves. And, you know, Claire, I think you've inspired me. So guys, watch out. Kest Yoga, coming to the vlog soon.
Love is all you need. Love is all. Love is all you need. Love is all. Love is all you need. Love is all. Love is all. Love is all you need. Love you, yeah.
Oh, what's that?
I want to join. Guys, I'm going. Bye. I'm moving to join.
Yes, love, brother.
Hi, we love you. All you need is love. Yeah, yeah. We love you, yeah, yeah.
So we're making a love wall so no one can get through without getting loved.
They have to be loved. They're always loved. So love them. Just tell them that you love them, okay? Who are we? Love them! What are we here for?
Standing Rock!
Go team go. Now let's sing.
I just might have a problem that you'd understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. Call me, call me, call me, take it from you. Call me, call me.
I am feeling so insanely high on life right now. That was the most beautiful experience I think I've ever been a part of. Just seeing people's faces light up when they saw us all walking down the street or when we were hugging them, and even though there were some people who were like closed off to it or didn't want to be hugged, it really made me happy to see that the majority of the people were open and receptive to that love and that connection, because that's what we all are at the end of the day. We're all made of love, and separation is just an illusion. Like, I get a lot of questions about like how I meet people or like how I make friends, and the truth is you have to shift your mindset first, and you have to understand that everyone is human, and that at the end of the day everyone wants the same things in life essentially that you do. Everyone wants to feel wanted, everyone wants to feel love, everyone wants that connection in their lives. So you have to put that out there yourself before that can come into your life. So often what you're seeking, what you want out of life, you have to give to others. And I feel like we live in a society which emphasizes individualism due to the fact that when we're little kids we're told like don't talk to strangers, like talking to strangers is bad, and this idea just kind of perpetuates itself into our adulthood and into the rest of our lives, and we just live these separate lives from everyone else. Like, we walk past people on the street and we don't look at them and we don't associate with them and we don't say hi to them, and if we did initiate conversation or we did reach out to someone that we're just like passing by or just running into, like, that's perceived as weird. Like, going up and giving a hug to a stranger isn't normal, which makes me so sad, because we're all connected at the end of the day. We're all part of something bigger. What? I like have no idea, but that's what makes life so beautiful. If we just are able to like rewire our brains and perceive everyone that we cross paths with as just another human being and as a friend and as like part of our family, and we just put out that love to everyone, like, just imagine what could be possible on this world. Separation is truly an illusion. It's not who we are. At the end of the day, we are all made up of love, and even if someone appears to be bitter or harsh, they're probably just detached from that love within themselves, and through you extending that love to them, that will allow the love that's very deep inside them to start to emerge, and then they'll pour that into the lives of other people, and it'll just like create this beautiful ripple effect that can change this world and will change this world at some point. I truly believe that. But yeah, today was beautiful. I hope you maybe feel inspired to create a love mob in your city. I wish there was a love mob like this every single day. Like, I would be a million times happier and more blissed out than I already am. I don't know if you guys can handle that though. My friend is having a bonfire at his place, so I think I'm gonna head over there for a bit, and yeah, let's see if any more miracles happen the rest of today. Look what we just ran into. Become bearing fruit.
I just sold him.
So this is my beautiful friend Charlotte.
Hello.
And she is the most incredible artist, you guys. Like, look at these paintings. What? It's crazy.
That's coming.
Thank you. Aw, thank you. Cool. And she was just talking about how she like took the risk of leaving a corporate job and
yeah, I used to work in an office and now I paint for a living, and it's like every time I sell a piece I'm like further and further away from that little office bin.
Oh, so beautiful. I'm in love with this lion piece right here.
One. And did Amir give a touch on it?
Huh?
Did you?
No, I did all of that.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and I've been like going nuts with tribal markers over my paintings now, because it's like it's the touch that has been like missing it on it. Like this is nice because it's all paint, but then the second I go in with like a fine tribal marker, it adds so much.
Coconut master.
Hey.
Ah, thank you. Oh my gosh, this is heavenly.
A single finger pull.
So I had to take Claire to Erewhon. She's never been. It's like kind of the best grocery store on the planet. What we have here is a vegan, gluten-free cookie, chocolate chip. We should show them the ingredients. They're pretty gnarly. Gluten-free rice flour, cane syrup, organic cane syrup, coconut oil, organic coconut milk, gluten-free quinoa flour, baking soda.
Beautiful. I'm stoked.
Can I feed you in the vlog?
Yeah. Oh my god.
She wasn't expecting that. Have another bite.
I feel blessed.
That's a real
so,
cool camera.
Thank you. We're here at Erewhon and something just happened that resonates with what I was talking about earlier. This is my friend Dion.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
He has a compulsive need to talk to like every stranger you meet.
There you go.
And we just met.
Well said, Claire.
Darren. And he's vegan. And he was just speaking some truth. If you want to share a little bit of it,
wow.
I think it's really beautiful.
Give me something that you want me to do. What's the topic?
What you were talking about like holding on to your past and like connection.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay, so your past is meaningless, and your present is all we all have, and your future is blank and empty. So you can create the life, any kind of life you want to live, you know, with just a choice. To say, I want this for my life, and just go after it, and not hang on to the past as a reason why you can't, or as a burden, or as a weight to hold you back.
Because it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
That's beautiful. And just the fact, like, also, I was talking to Dion about this earlier, but I feel like we're wired to like dissociate ourselves from people, and it's weird to like say hi to someone that you meet on the street. It's weird to like go up to a stranger and say hi, like I didn't even know you like an hour ago, and now we're talking and we're like having this incredible conversation, and like this is what I want to instill in people, because it's like you don't have to live this separate life like from everyone else. Like you can go up to people and you can talk to them and you can engage with them, and it shouldn't be weird, but for some reason in our culture like it is, and that's so fucked up. Like it shouldn't be weird to do stuff like this.
Because we're all distracted, and we're all plugged into like things that are not important. I think the stiller we are, the more connected to God and each other we are. Like I think one of my favorite movies is just about exactly what you're talking about is Avatar. You seen Avatar? I mean, it shows you the importance of the connection and how we're all connected, and from that connection comes the light. Right at the end of the movie, the light came because everyone came together, and that's, to me, that's when there's peace and harmony and everybody's happy, right?
Yeah. Separation is an illusion.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
one for me. Way on.
So where you're seeing the police, whether it's state police, DAPL security, they're on top of a giant mountain. That is where their ancestors are buried, the Native Americans.
The natives want to go and hold a peaceful prayer circle on the other bank. This is land that is theirs per the Laramie Treaty of 1851. This is a sacred burial site. But also, they're saying it's Army Corps of Engineer lands, which means on multiple levels what's happening here is illegal. This is a militarized police force up against an unarmed, peaceful prayer for people.
So I was out there, one of the first ones in the water. Maced us. It hurts. It hurts.
I feel like I'm watching the salt mine protest with Gandhi. I mean, these people are in the water. They're freezing to death. This water is not warm. I couldn't feel my legs. I had to get out or I was about to pass out.
Save our water!
They're trying to disperse women and children because there's a fear that the cops that are coming in on those boats over there have actual bullets.
The police are committing genocide! I see a sniper laying right there on the ridge. You can see his rifle sticking over the edge of the ridge right there. The sniper is not holding rubber bullets, I guarantee you.
These people from the North Dakota Police Force and the United States government has lost legitimacy in every respect today.
President Obama needs to step in and intervene before we have loss of life on either side.
You guys ever see anything like this?
This is absolutely insane, man. These people are just trying to protect their families, protect their water.
It's like a row of dominoes. You got one maced over here, one maced over here, one maced over here. Did they give you a warning that they were going to mace you?
Oh, not at all. Sitting there with my hands up, and I told him I love you, and the guy came and sprayed us. They sprayed me in the face for probably 6-7 seconds, and I just stood there until they were done.
Once you feel the power of these people, I mean, it brings tears to your eyes. People, they're fighting for a human right just to have clean water.
Nearly everyone in the crowd is coughing, spitting up due to the heavy amounts of tear gas they're firing into the crowd. Here on the front lines of Standing Rock DAPL protest. This is a medic.
So basically we have water cannons that are aimed towards our water protectors. So we're having severe cases of hypothermia. They are aiming for people's hands. I took one patient that had the skin shot off of his finger, so he was down to the bone. They're also aiming for the heads. There's another brother that got shot in the head and was losing consciousness. So it's pretty deliberate and it's pretty violent. Woman got shot in the head too, said this gentleman.
This is a supply run basically, coming back to the front lines.
Shooting smoke bombs and getting into the ground, and we were trying to throw them back, but it's too hot and it's getting into our face, and they're just spraying over there with cold water, freezing cold water, and keep on gassing people, keep on macing people. This is not okay. We're here to be peaceful.
Putting their lives at stake to protect the water for millions of people.
We're really just looking at mass hypothermia right now. We've got trucks getting clothes and getting the wet clothes off of people.
Okay, great. She's hypothermic. This is a human rights violation. I love it. Tear gas coming down up front.
We're not here for violence, and they're responding with violence and cruelty. We're just here to defend the water.
They're shooting people with mace, water, and rubber bullets down there. We've already seen a lot of head injuries tonight. People being shot in the head with rubber bullets. It could kill someone tonight.
Clear path. Move. Run ahead and ask for medic transport. Make a way.
This man just got shot directly in the head.
Alright. We need medical transport!
Shot directly in the head with a rubber bullet. I saw him go down. He was shot in the side of the head by a rubber bullet.
You're a medic? Yeah. Transport.
Tilt your head back. Tilt your head back. We'll do a little bit of water. Get it all. You gotta keep your eyes open, sir. Yeah, keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes all the way open. Okay, brother. They got him covered. He's got a head wound.
Got a head wound. Let's go. Okay. Great. We got water?
Yeah, but we only have one.
I'm gonna sit. Is your truck up here? Oh, yeah. The white top.
I'll get it, bro. He also needs a blanket. Who has a blanket?
There's a blanket right behind him.
Honestly, when someone came and put a blanket on me earlier, it just pushed the fucking water under my skin and made me colder.
Does anyone have a flashlight?
I took my jacket off. I had more layers. Tear gas hitting the crowd.
Hold on, stop.
passenger seat? Is it open?
There's someone in there that hasn't.
This man was shot directly in the head with a rubber bullet.
Alright, brother, I know it's gonna be hard.
Could have
Lean
killed
your
him.
head back,
He's
watch
lucky
it.
to be
Lean
alive.
to the side. Yep, I know. Even if you do that, throw.
Prayers, man, prayers.
You're a hero.
Caged like a bird with a head full of rage and a soul that don't need to be saved. Not afraid to be one as we stand on our own as they feed us the pain. It's their game. All the lies that they try to control us, we're not gonna change. Yeah, we're strange. Yeah, we're strange. Strange. So what? Middle fingers in the air, singing we don't f***ing care when we say, so what? You play us like we're fools, need to follow rules, but we say, so what? We've been taking it too long, and now we are the ones who say, so what? So what? Fear this voice in our brain says we're lost, we're insane, but we're not gonna change. Yeah, we're strange. Yeah, we're strange. Strange. So what? Middle fingers in the air, singing we don't f***ing care when we say, so what? You play us like we're fools, need to follow rules, but we say, so what? We've been taking it too long, now we are the ones who say, so what? So what? So what? So what? Yeah, we know we're just strange. Yeah, we're just strange. So what?
because it was sacred, and because it was home, because these were feelings from so long ago. They listened to the spirits that came up strong and all pulled together to sing their song. And this is how they did it, with spears by their side, and stood on the mountain for their land rights. And all the people noticed, yeah, a movement took flight. They said, this is our home, and these are our rights. Ooh, this is our home, and these are our rights. Was taken, land dug up, families were broken, and spirits were crushed, and language that was silenced is now free to be passed. The cup that was empty is slowly filling up. See, we can pull together, show our children it is time, 'cause this is our home, and these are our rights. Ooh, this is our home, and these are our rights. Ooh, this is our home, and these are our rights.
Stop shooting! Stop shooting! Stop shooting!
Soldier on, my good countrymen. Keep fighting for your culture now. Keep fighting for your land. I know it's been thousands of years, and I feel your hurt, and I know it's wrong. You feel you've been chained and broken and burned, and those beautiful old people, those wise old souls are being ground down for far too long by that spineless man, that greedy man, that heartless man, deceiving man, that government hand, taking blood and land, taking blood and land. Still they can, but you're dreaming, and your warrior spirit lives on, and it is so, so, so strong in the earth, in the trees, in the rocks, in the water, in your blood, in the air we breathe. Soldier on, my good countrymen. Keep fighting for your children now. Keep fighting for your land. Slowly fade, standing strong, keep the fire burning. Stick together, gotta keep the wheels turning. Forcing companies to stand aside, forcing government to recognize. recognize the power of this tribe. Standing strong, keep the fire burning. Stick together, gotta keep the wheels turning. Forcing governments to stand beside, forcing government to recognize the power of this tribe. Standing strong, keep the fire burning. Stick together, gotta keep the wheels turning. Forcing companies to stand beside, forcing government to recognize the power of this tribe. Standing strong, keep the fire burning. Keep the fire burning.
Did someone shoot him, or was it the pepper spray?
No, shot with a rubber bullet.
Where did it hit
The
him?
back left lung.
We are here today to stand in solidarity. We pray that the federal government will stop pipeline construction.
It was the doctrine of discovery that took us from our tribal lands and brought us to these shores as slaves.
We will continue to stand to speak out against the Dakota pipeline and all the pipelines and the destruction of the earth.
We thank the people of Standing Rock for standing not just for yourselves, but for all of humanity that needs to change. We can't keep being this way.
Our plea was heard. The people who pray have come to pray with us. So to me, today was a victory.
And I look to my brothers and sisters of Standing Rock, because it is them who have become the moral compass of this country.
We will not walk away. We will not fly away. Because you have waded into the waters. And we are wading with you. Wade in the water. Wade in the water. Children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the waters.
And now I would like to invite you all to join us to sing yoik. It's called that means to speak earth. And it's because it's important to be the voice of the earth and take care of the earth, take care of Mother Earth, and then she will take care of us. That's why it's important to come together and gather like this and unite. Because when we do it together and we support Mother Earth, she will support all people on the in this world. So please join us on this song. When you hear it, there's not many words, and you don't need to say exactly the same sounds as we do. It's the melody that is important, and the message. Your voice is not so important how it sounds like, it's the feeling you give and the healing of the song that is important. So don't be afraid to use your voice. And you who have a drum, please join Sophia on, to hold the beat on this one. We keep the rhythm of Mother Earth, her heartbeat with our hand on our heart. So you who don't have a drum, you can keep the rhythm like this.
We are here to give our solidarity to your struggle. I think it's the time now to go together, struggling, defending our Mother Earth. In the 80s, it's the same thing. When the government started killing the Mayan people struggling just for defending the Mother Earth, defending their territory. porque los estados siempre han querido eliminar a los pueblos indígenas. Nosotros somos un obstáculo para ellos, pero no tenemos la culpa de haber nacido en estos lugares que son nuestros. Y por eso decimos somos milenarios en estos territorios.
Inside of me for the rest of my life. Your picture and what you bring here will go with me, and I'll pass it on to my grandchildren, and they'll pass it on to their grandchildren.
You are lighting a path for our people, and you have tremendous responsibility and gift in this moment for uniting so many people. And stay strong, be strong, and you have relatives all over the world. We're here to stand with you, and even though it's for a brief moment, we will take it with us, and it will be, as you said, forever in our memory and in our hearts.
So we're right outside of the checkpoint on Highway 1806 on our way to Standing Rock Indian Reservation. It's outside of the town of Cannonball, and it's right along the Missouri River. Now, as you're all aware, there's been a controversy heating up with the Dakota Access Pipeline wanting to come through and go right underneath the Missouri River within a mile. So today we're going to find out what the tribe is doing to stop this pipeline from going through.
We ride! We ride! For water! For water! For life! For life! We ride! We ride! For our people! For our people! For one nation! For one nation! We ride! We ride! For our brothers! For our brothers! And our sisters! And our sisters! We ride!
We're here at the start of the controversy of the Dakota Access Pipeline. The Native American tribes have been protesting and fighting this pipeline for years, but it finally came to a head when they broke ground right here. Protesters stood in front of the earth movers and would not let them continue. In the following events, lawsuits have been filed, gag orders have been filed, and there's been heated controversy. One thing that's really important about this story is it's about our resources, our land and our water. And it's taken the indigenous people to be the people that stand up to the US government, the corporations, and the fossil fuel companies. We have dozens and dozens of tribes from all over the nation gathered at Standing Rock. They are having ceremony, they are having prayers, and they're also having legal strategization for what can be done to stop this pipeline.
My name's Patricia Hamill. I live in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm an attorney in private practice there, and I'm here to assist people with interviewing witnesses, collecting information, defending people who are arrested, trying to help in any way I can with respect to the lawsuits that are being filed. Wisconsin has the largest tar sands pipeline in the United States running from northwest to southeast. And in 2010, there was a leak that went on for 17 hours because they couldn't discover it until some local person saw it and spilled hundreds of thousands of barrels of tar sands oil into the Kalamazoo River. For the last 5 years, they've been trying to clean it up, fighting with their insurance company, fighting with the Environmental Protection Agency. Enbridge says it's now cleaned up, but I was there a year ago. There was a water walk down to the Kalamazoo River, and after a number of people had walked there, you could see the oil on the banks of the river. So it has not been cleaned up.
One of the things that the tribe elders have made clear since we've been here is this is not a protest. This is not about hostility. This is about protecting the land. And over and over and over again in the camp, they're repeating the message that we're peaceful. We're doing this through peaceful means.
This is not responsible decision making. The black snake that's being proposed here, its head, its brain is in Texas, where this corporation is, but its heart lies in Washington, D.C., by the lawmakers, the legislators, the court, the policymakers who are enabling actions and irresponsible decisions to manifest and materialize before our eyes. Have they ever asked themselves who they are and where they come from? Because if they did, they would know and realize, as we do, that if we continue down this pathway with these kind of decisions, that the answers that we have come to ourselves, knowing who we are and where we come from, knowing what it is to have a relationship with the land, with the water, with the elements, and with Tumanmatla, our creator. We come to love our surroundings. We come to know the interaction that we indeed are related to all things. And in that love and that acknowledgement of knowing that you are related to all things, you come to appreciate in the beauty, that creation that our creator has put down for us. And in that appreciation, you come to understand the benefit and the importance that our future generations are at least able to experience what we have at this time.
Hello, Dakota Nation! Hello, Lakota Nation!
President Obama, where are you? You come to dance amongst these people here. You showed yourself to this land here in relationship with the Standing Rock people. You had their babies in your arms and you shook the hands of these people. And where are you at this time to stand up behind the words that you had expressed to these people here? Please, do whatever is within your power, your executive authority, to stand for this land, for this water, and for this air, and that indeed this proposed black snake will not materialize. This is a peaceful gathering. It is a prayerful gathering. This is not protesters, but indeed truly protectors who are expressing what is in the well-being of all.
What is happening here impacts millions of people that live along the river, and it goes from here through many states down into the Gulf of Mexico. Is that if this pipe goes through and if it breaks, it will devastate the entire region all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. Every person needs to recognize and realize that this is not just our native people fighting to stop the pipeline from going across the river. It's not just about us.
Water has been my life struggle. As an elder of the Standing Rock Nation and the land of Tatanka Iotaka, Siringbo, we are his people. And there will be no pipeline. There will be no oil going to the homeland.
These pipelines run underground, so people don't often discover that they're leaking until they've already leaked quite a bit. What happened in Kalamazoo is that volatile chemicals escaped into the air when the pipeline was spilling, and it made many people sick. The company ended up buying out a lot of people's property around the spill site, and as I said, they still have not cleaned it up. So millions of people get their drinking water from the Missouri River. I believe the city of Omaha gets its drinking water from the Missouri River, and all those people could be affected.
This was supposed to go in front of a judge in Washington, D.C. to whether he was going to grant. He put a stay on it because he wanted more information, and now he has to rule by September 8th, I believe. And if he approves this to go across the river, all hell's going to break loose, and they know it.
We would like to share with the world our view of what Thanksgiving or Thanks-taking means to us. We don't necessarily see it as a happy time to celebrate with the pilgrims, because it really is about taking.
Thanksgiving, though it now represents, I guess, a time in our lives when we were taken advantage of, for me as an Indigenous person, means that I will always be available to people in need.
When I was raising my children, I would tell the school, do not engage my children in making little pilgrims. Do not engage my children in saying that Plymouth Rock was a good thing, because it was the beginning of tragedy for us.
In spite of everything that's happened to us, we are still willing to be open and loving to the people. Anyone, whoever that is.
A lot of us don't celebrate Thanksgiving. We do celebrate Thanksgiving all the time, because we have many feasts, we have many gatherings, ceremonies, so we do that type of Thanksgiving all the time.
I live with 20 youth from around the country who are here fighting the Dakota Access Pipeline. So together we will eat, as we do almost every single day, probably on the floor, probably with hundreds of other people, with whatever foods are brought and donated, and we will sit and we will give thanks for the opportunity to eat together and to share with one another, as we always have.
It's very important that we refocus the reason why we're here. It's an Indigenous-led movement, meaning that we, as Indigenous people from throughout the country, come as diplomats to respect Standing Rock Stand, and Standing Rock Stand is to remain in prayer, to avoid violence, and to keep our eye on the prize. And the prize is safe water.
We'll honor our Lakota relatives and listen to them today. We are not protesters, we are protectors. We are here to protect the water, the land, the people, our non-human relatives. Stay in prayer.
Feel the snow hitting your face. Feel the land underneath your feet. Remember where you walk. Remember who you walk with. We're all visitors on this land. This is Indigenous land. So let's remember. Let us walk in peace and love and beauty and stand strong. That's what we came for, to protect the water. For our future ones, for the ones who cannot speak, for the ones who cannot be here. They think we're going to leave. We're not leaving.
They finally took the other truck off, but they built a bigger wall. We told them that, and they're like, we're doing it for our safety. I said, no, you're not. You're doing it for Dapple's safety. That's who you're protecting. He says, if we go up there, yeah, we won't block the road. We'll go along the ditch. And they're like, well, we don't know that. It's like, why wouldn't we?
Singing many watch on me. People gonna rise like the water, all colored and all green. The winds of my great granddaughter. Singing many watch on me.
We are here peacefully. We're praying. You can hear the drums. You can hear the song. This is a peaceful ceremony. This is a peaceful prayer, protecting the water. We're out here, it's cold, and there's no place I'd rather be. It's kind of a rough day. I think about my family and miss them, but I'm glad that I'm here. My family supports me. I think it's an important day. I think it's an important day that so many people came out.
Today, my heart is happy. My heart is good. I come here in a good way.
for today to come here to celebrate life, to come here in unity, one heart, one mind, one spirit, to offer these prayers for the land, prayers for the water, peace for people, for their future, for future generations to come.
We're on Turtle Island here today. We came over here in prayer, non-confrontational. We came to pray for the water. We came to pray for everybody.
Water is life!
We pray for the gentleman up on the hill there. And right here, we pray for their children. We are here for their children and their grandchildren. Today is not a day of thanks by any means for our people. It is a day of mourning. Coming around to
Welcome ashore. Thanks for joining us.
There's a cemetery up there where all those cops are standing, and they haven't, allowed us to come onto this side of the river. And we're here to take back this little piece, even if it's just a little slice, just for a minute, to pray like we're supposed to be able to. Like we should have a right to come here and pray over these ancestors' bones that are up there.
This is a sacred place that you stand on, and we must protect those sacred places. That's all we're doing here. And yet, you stand up there, and you say that we are aggressive. When we crossed that bridge, when we came over here, each one of us, we transformed from a human being into a spiritual being that walks with prayer. It's our spirit that gives us the courage to come, to stand. And that's the thing that they can't touch. And that's the thing that we will always have to stand here to the end. I believe that in the spirit world, before we came, we all knew we were going to come here. We all knew at one time in our life we were going to stand here. Maybe we didn't remember it, but now we do, because we're here. We made that commitment in the spirit world.
All we want is clean water for our future generations. That is one of the most important things, is that we preserve Mother Earth. We preserve Mother Earth for you, for me, for my kids, for everyone. Without it, we die. When she dies, we die. Oh, thank you.
As long as the waters need protection, we're here. We're not going anywhere.
I am grateful for the air I am breathing. I'm grateful for the water behind me. I'm grateful that my children are safe. I'm grateful that everybody that's here today, that their children are safe, including the gentleman on the hill. They're also away from their families. We send their prayers to their families also in this time. They themselves aren't the enemy. It's the people behind them. I am also grateful that we are all here on Thanksgiving. I don't believe in any better way to celebrate it than to show Mother Earth how thankful you are for her.
I'm thankful for my life. I'm thankful for my children. I'm thankful for my friends. I'm thankful for my people. I'm thankful that the prophecies are coming true. I'm thankful for the water, for the medicine, for the elders, for the kids. I'm thankful, most of all, for the solidarity here. I'm thankful for this one nation that we've all made out of all these different colored people, and how we all came together to protect the water. It's the only way we're gonna make it, man.
Let's move it.
Thank you.
If there's 100,000 people standing on the rock, people are gonna talk. People are gonna talk. That's 96,000 more than the people who are there. 4,000 is a start. They come from everywhere. Oh, actresses and actors, famous superstars. Now we really got you to help the word go far. Leaders of the world, you know your power's strong. Use it for the good and right this nasty wrong. And as the media doesn't do its job, we open up our mouths. Each and every one of us can be a peaceful powerhouse. We are all protectors of this sacred land. Though mainstream music and TV is dead, we can take a stand, 'cause there is strength in numbers. There is power in a crowd. Let's unite with each other. Let's say it very loud. We are standing for the Standing Rock. We are singing to protect it. We are standing for the Standing Rock. We are peace and joy digested. We are women of the valley. We are fathers of the sky. We are children of the water. We can't let this pass us by. If there's 100,000 people standing on the rock, people are gonna talk. People are gonna talk. That's 96,000 more than the people who are there. 4,000 is a start. They come from everywhere. You see, the land is protected as native land. Stop digging up their graves, yeah. Who do you think you are? Stop treating us like slaves. Armed forces and machines are bullying our friends. We cannot just stand by, or justice as we know it ends. Oh, there is strength in numbers. Sing it with me. There is power in a crowd. Let's unite with each other. Let's say it very loud. We are standing for the Standing Rock. We are singing to protect it. We are standing for the Standing Rock. We are peace and joy digested. We are women of the valley. We are fathers of the sky. We are children of the water. We can't let this pass us by. And in this very moment, the universe it starts. And in this very moment, we're singing with our hearts. And in this very moment, we find our inner voices that sing with peace and hope, acknowledging the better choices. There are two sides to this, the bully and the innocent. And so we stand our ground, compelled passion strong in our intent. And in this very moment, the universe, it starts. We're creating it. Creation. Creation. The creation of the universe is standing rock. Creation. Oh, creation, yeah. Creation of the universe is standing rock. Creation, creation. Creation of the universe is standing rock. Hey ya, 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 ho. Hey ya, 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 ho. Sing it with me. Hey ya, 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 ho. One more time, feel it. Hey ya, 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 ho. We're 100,000 people standing for the rock. We stand with standing rock. Oh, we stand with standing rock. We're millions of billions of humans standing like a rock, staying with our hearts, stronger than any lock. We are standing for the standing rock. We are singing to protect it. We are standing for the standing rock. We are peace and joy digested. There is strength in numbers. There is power in a crowd. Let's unite with each other. Let's say it very loud. What are we doing? We are standing for the standing rock. We are singing to protect it. We are standing for the standing rock. We are peace and joy digested. We are women of the valley. We are fathers of the sky. We are children of this water. We can't let this pass us by. One more time. We are standing for the standing rock. We are singing to protect it. We are standing for the standing rock. We are peace and joy digested. So we claim our land back digested. Now you have got to go digested. We are peace and love digested.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Now that's the word out there. That's the word amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Blessings, blessings to standing rock.
Exactly.
left ear, a potion in my right. The waves strike against the stripes along the seas of sleepless nights. I surrender to the moonlit mist, explore the jungle where the spirits sit among the highest branches, appearing swift as lightning, lingering long, although respected. I find the glowing lights as these eyes begin to widen deep within. Feel the frequency shift, transmitted from ancient Egypt. Transcripts with footnotes in Hebrew and in Sanskrit. My hands sweat, wet as stigmata. Still I breathe deep, proceed like to read trotter. Position in my body, in the stances of the focus kata. Eating the sentence, burning my tongue, it's like I'm full of lava. Tending the garden, cause the earth's my baby's mama. If you feel me, spark your light and throw your nights to Boston Harbor. Beat by a starter in the times of lifeless water, slick with oil, brought to a boil. Coiled currents purify the soil, anointing with light. The gargoyles concealed behind the steeples of cathedrals. As they conform, burst apart the feeble ceilings. Taking temples carved of stone of pleasure, equal buildings. Collapse amidst a maelstrom, my breezy slaving verses spin a hailstorm. Remove the spikes of my lights that failed on. Yet with nerves and intuition, the system chasing me with lithium. I scrape the stick out of maintain it with every other.
Beware and take care. The angels are with you. Beware and beware. Beware and take care. The love will forgive you. Fire sky, I will to the next you.
Nothing can put this fire out. Nothing can put this fire out. Nothing can put this fire out. No, 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 no. Ah, 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 ah. Make some noise for Michael Oliver on the top line. Nothing can put this fire out. Nothing can put this fire out. Nothing can put this fire out. We're talking about consciousness. Nothing can put this fire out. Nothing can put this fire out. Nothing can put this fire. Nothing can put this fire out. Nothing can put this fire. Nothing can put this fire out. No, 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 no one to put this fire out. It burns on. It burns on and on and on. It burns on. Thank you so much. That fire, it's the divine spark inside of us that makes humans come together in times of crises to overcome.
Welcome to The Real News. I'm Jess Lenore in Baltimore. Last December, 2,000 veterans went to Standing Rock to support the Standing Rock Sioux in their fight against the $3.9 billion Dakota Access Pipeline, operated by Energy Transfer Partners. Despite the historic protests that brought together one of the largest convergence of Native American tribes in over a century, one of Donald Trump's first moves in office was an executive order to allow the completion of the 1,100-mile pipeline. Today, oil flows through it. But what happened to Veterans for Standing Rock? Joining us to discuss this is Michael Wood, former Marine Corps veteran who co-founded Veterans for Standing Rock, now works with civilian-led policing. Thanks so much for joining us, Michael.
Hey, thanks, Jess. It's good to see you.
So let's start with why Veterans for Standing Rock deployed and what you witnessed there.
I really have to say, I think one of the strongest, or at least the biggest advantages and disadvantages, was that the veterans uniting to go to Standing Rock started as this common theme that we were all veterans, and we had this idea to, when we swore that we wanted to really protect and defend against those enemies, foreign and domestic, like our oath swore that it was supposed to be. And when we were in the military, we kind of didn't feel like the military was really providing that. So a lot of veterans came home with the idea of still wanting to serve and to do something good. And a lot of people saw that. And Standing Rock is a good, clear example of needing to do something good and identifying an enemy that was a domestic one that we should still protect and serve our citizens for. But when it comes to disadvantages, that means that there was a lot of different agendas that people had going up there. The other co-founder, Wes Clark Jr., he was very environmentally focused because you have the environmental issues up there with the pipeline going underneath the river and the potential leaking, well, not even potential leaking, the guaranteed leaking of a pipeline, because that's what they do. And those different harmful effects, and a spiritual aspect he had. Me personally, I saw it as the exact perfect representation of what I've been trying to explain to people that American policing is, and that is the creation and maintenance of oppressed classes, and then the extraction of resources from those classes in order to fund their own oppression. So when I saw state-sanctioned police and funded police, remember those protesters were being paid for, we're paying those police to enact violence on them in order to protect the profits of the second thing about policing that I talk about, and that's the valuation of elite property over the lives of the oppressed classes. So you could see that clearly there. And the oil line profits were being protected, a private company, and that was being paid for by the people who were literally being abused on camera in that situation. And then the third thing that American policing does as a primary focus is to continue genocide the Native American people. So all three of those things came very clearly there, and we needed to draw more attention to that. So, but you know, there's activists that have a lot of different agendas. So I think the reasons for going up there were as varied as you can imagine.
And so we've covered how water protectors and their allies were not only met with militarized police, but mercenary private security firms who carried out surveillance and infiltration and attacked water protectors with water cannon, dogs, pepper spray, rubber bullets. Talk about the impact that had on everyone there, but especially veterans. And did that maybe perhaps like reignite PTSD among the veterans? We've talked to water protectors who say they still have PTSD from this day, from the attacks they faced.
Yeah, I don't think we can ever really underestimate what the trauma of violence does to any community. The vets recognized that trauma when they saw it on TV and wanted to stand up and protect those people when they saw that abuse taking place. I mean, that was abuse. And when we look at the private security company being different than the police, I really hope that people can see that this is an example that when really pushed, there isn't much of a difference between private police and the Morton County Sheriff's Office. They were doing the exact same things with the exact same mission. It's just really a matter of who was paying for them. The state-sanctioned police were being paid for by the citizens, and then the private security was supposedly being paid for by corporate interests, but even corporate interest comes down to the people paying for it in the end eventually. That amount of violence, I think a lot of people in America had turned their blind eye to, and probably a lot of vets. Vets are just regular Americans too, living their lives. And we don't necessarily see how brutal that can be. And when it was people in prayer, just sitting on their own land, and it was clearly for a pipeline, I think that it was like a final straw for a lot of people to see. But when we got up there and those stresses became part of what the veteran experience was up there, that was really my strongest takeaway. And I think my naivety in the entire event was that post-traumatic stress has affected our veterans at a much greater rate than I imagined or had been awakened to. And when I was around 2,000 to 4,000 veterans up there in Standing Rock in that situation where they wanted to fight and they were looking for some way to serve their people, I really felt that a significant amount of us were still gripped by that trauma that had been done in the past, and by seeing it on TV done to these people, and then meeting the Standing Rock Sioux and all the other tribes that were up there and the movement trying to take place. And it really kind of highlighted the impact of trauma to all of us. And I think we really have to look hard at what the trauma of violence does, not just to the community and not just to vets, but like all of us.
And finally, the struggle at Standing Rock, at least for now, seems to be over. There's ongoing challenges, but the majority of water protectors have left. Some have highlighted other standing rocks across the country where there's more drilling, where more Native American land is being encroached on by different fossil fuel projects or other types of projects. Talk about what Veterans for Standing Rock sees for its future and the next struggles it'll take up.
I really am kind of completely focused on this idea that we learned that it was so much, like it's kind of, this is information that's been known in the past, but we learned that it was much easier to mobilize a lot of people than it was to organize them. And we learned that the front lines of a fight might not really be the best place and most successful place for that fight. Now, while we achieved our mission, it was because the point of that mission was to get as many people there for as much attention as possible and to give more time to the Standing Rock Sioux to deal with this. And that was largely a success. But I don't know if drawing a lot of people to an area is really a sound thing for us to do in activism, or at least as productive as it possibly be, because the continued fight, which has moved into divestment, which has moved into the court battle, these things actually seem to be a bit more effective in the long term than it would be to create these shows, which were extremely expensive. The event that we did, I don't know how we ended up that everybody survived, and that it only ended up costing us about 1.2 million that we raised. But that was not nearly enough money to safely achieve what we were trying to do. And that amount of money was a lot of money. What could we have done with $1 million to educate in a divestment strategy? We've really kind of are regrouping and thinking about how effective it is to mobilize and to do that kind of strategy. So with these other pipelines, I'm not sure that these are the best strategies and the honest best practices learned from going through these experiences, that we should probably be focusing us on what they want is the money. So I think if we attack the money, we will be much more successful in the future. And what that means for Veterans Stand, we're going to lay things down right now in that we don't want to call veterans up for a stand unless they've been taken care of and are treated for. We realize that what needs to be the next focus is getting the post-traumatic stress treatment, and maybe having a mindset that we shouldn't be having as many veterans as we do, and we should be putting other human beings through this, because I'm not really sure how we do the best efforts to get people back to where they need it to be and where they can be to be healthy themselves, not just to be soldiers.
All right, Michael Wood, we'll certainly keep following Veterans for Standing Rock and the other communities that are fighting back against fossil fuel extraction and other exploitation of their lands and their communities. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Cecil.
Thank you for joining us at the Real News Network.
They call it a pipeline, but those on the front lines know that black snake was sent for us to grow, to shed the skin our ancestors pray, of wounds old and calloused, so that we may stay, so that we may unite unity our tool. No weapons are found in this court of rule. Men becoming ki'ais, steadfast in their guard, protecting women's hearts as their song become roots. Roots to cast out healing for all sentient beings. To honor sacred mother, heart forward we heal. The salmon will run, the Mauna will breathe, the rivers will flow. The rainbow is here and prophecy tells us all generations will hear.
Stand up with the First Nations and our people that been living here for thousands of years. Stand up. We've been fighting for our freedom since the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria. Stand up. Like Geronimo, Sitting Bull, Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, Leonard Peltier. Stand up. Now they poisoning the waters for our sons and our daughters, so we on the frontier. We won. One nation, one cause, one people, one tribe. Now it's us against the pipeline. Get on your feet for Standing Rock, and we'll show you how strong we could be when we unify.
To all my native people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my tribal people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my native people, to all the original people, to all my indigenous people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. Stand up, 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 stand up.
From the beginning we was winning this game on planet Earth. It's been spinning, we've been living and dying, but giving birth the first of many nations. Celebrating them days when all that got made came after what God made. These days we cater to these internet memes, internet streams. It seems them streams aren't clean. We need the whole story seen where hassling before water has gasoline in it. Malcolm X moment, Martin Luther King with a dream and war boning. Wounded knee plus Alcatraz, doggone it. This is for the rock, with prayers we stand on it.
Oh yeah, we playing on it, the earth we camp on it. In a sweat lodge singing our songs with grandfathers. Heat rocks all in the spot, we splash on them with a beatbox from my boy, we jam on it. Said a prayer for the black snake killers. Train on the front lines, they you're the realest. Stand for your people, stand for your family. Stand with Standing Rock, stand for humanity. Hey.
It takes a group of people who actually care about, Mother Earth and life and water being sacred and the land being sacred to say, we stand up.
To all my native people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my tribal people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my native people, to all the original people, to all my indigenous people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. Stand up, 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 stand up.
Net a weapons again, Jigitala, Dagula, Dagwa, the Shutala, Diluk, the Lap, Ochitala.
Mini Wachoni, water is life.
Mini Wachoni.
Water is life.
Water is life. Water is life.
Water is life.
I stand.
I stand with Standing Rock.
I stand with Standing Rock.
I stand with Standing Rock. Stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up. Stand up.
I stand with Standing Rock. Stand up.
To all my native people, woke up the giant, we won't go quiet. To all my tribal people, don't mistake our peace as we stand defiant. To all my native people, it's the calm before the storm and I can hear it coming. To all my tribal people, I'm ready for the battle when we ain't running.
Stand up, 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 Standing Rock, Standing Rock. Stand up, 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 Standing Rock, Standing Rock.
Standing Rock, we're standing feet as history is on a sad repeat. Is it liberty or we just acting free as our land depletes from these hands of greed? See, fate is found, how we face the hounds. Take a vow for these sacred grounds. Make a sound that'll shake them out. Say aloud, what can save us now? What can save us now? Stand up.
you belong to. I look out, there's a setting of the sun. Give thanks to each and every one. The lesson is the medicine woman. Medicine man. Walking with grace, I know your face. I trust your hands. Medicine woman. Medicine man. Walking with grace, I know your face. I trust your hands.
This is a song called Caminando, taught to us by an amazing teacher. It means when you do your work in the world, when you're walking towards justice and peace, you never stop walking. You keep putting one foot in front of the other until you arrive at the top of one mountain, and then you keep going. So. Caminando, caminando, vamos caminando hacia el sol. Caminando, caminando, vamos caminando hacia la unidad. Y a mí me gusta cantar, y a mí me gusta caminar, y a mí me gusta cantar, que el camino lo vas haciendo a caminar. Caminando, caminando, vamos caminando hacia el sol. Caminando, caminando, vamos caminando hacia la paz. Mano a mano, caminando, hombro a hombro, trabajando, y las tierras compartiendo, libertades cosechando. Caminando, caminando, vamos caminando hacia el sol. Caminando, caminando, vamos caminando hacia la unidad. Ya no más desnutrición, queremos liberación. No al egoísmo, no a la guerra, para vivir la vida plena. Caminando, 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 vamos caminando hacia el sol. Caminando, 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 vamos caminando hacia la paz. La paz. La paz. La graceful darling. Find your way, find your way, find your way. Oh, oh, oh. Whether you from a lost and graceful darling, find your way. Feel our truth, I can't hold you. I don't need to walk around. I can skip straight to the school. When I'm lost, I find my way. I listen to the wisdom, Mr. Side. Root yourself before you sigh. No more all them wise words true. You fake it till you make it. Pull on through. Fake it till you make it. 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 Darling, find your way. Find your way. Oh. Whether you're from a lost and graceful darling, find your way. Find your way. Find your way. Oh. Whether you're from a lost and graceful darling, find your way. Whether you're from a lost and graceful darling, find your way. Whether you're from a lost and graceful darling, find your way.
After months of protest, it happened. The permit that was needed to construct the Dakota Access Pipeline near the Standing Rock Reservation was denied. But for Native Americans, the fight is never really over. For them, these type of agreements have a history of being broken.
And our people, our history is here of fighting the U.S. government. North Dakota, South Dakota, the High Plains area, there's the non-Indian mentality is still frontier mentality.
I met Madonna Thunderhawk here at the Oceti-Sakowee camp. She's part of the American Indian movement and lives in the Cheyenne River Reservation that borders Standing Rock.
When I grew up, there were enormous cottonwood trees along the riverbanks, and there was it was an amazing ecosystem, natural, and not anymore.
As a teenager in the 1950s, Madonna witnessed the construction and the aftermath of the Lake Oahe Dam.
On a whirlwind tour through the West, President Kennedy stops first at Pierre, South Dakota.
The government project was created to provide electricity for much of the north-central United States. President John F. Kennedy celebrated the completion of the dam in 1962.
The facts of the matter are that this dam, and many more like it, are as essential to the expansion and growth of the American economy as any measure that the Congress is now considering.
The fact of the matter was that the Oahe Dam flooded the Standing Rock and Cheyenne River reservations, displacing hundreds of indigenous families and destroying more than 160,000 acres of their most sacred and fertile land. By the end, it would destroy more Indian land than any other public works project in the United States.
But when the dams were built, they took out the wetlands, they took out the food source. So that's when the government handout programs began full force.
This is just a part of the 165-year-long pattern of the federal government grabbing land from the Lakota and Dakota people. The 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty reserved millions of acres of land for the Great Sioux Nation. The treaty was broken immediately. White settlers began encroaching, and they only continued with the discovery of gold in the Black Hills. Then Congress took even more land a decade later. Each land seizure disrupted Native communities' way of life.
We're again on the front lines. We as a people have been sacrificing in the national interest since we got here, and it's still going on.
Walking around the Oceti-Sakowee camp, I talked to a lot of people who said that when it comes to the federal government, the tribes here have lost more than they've gained.
and we don't reap the benefits. The rest of the nation reaps the benefits.
This is Chairman Dave Archambault. He's been fighting the Dakota Access Pipeline since 2015, before protests made national headlines. Concerned with the potential impact on their water supply and sacred sites, the reservation worked to block the plan through the courts.
So when I ask, why do you need this pipeline? They'll say, we need it for energy independence, we need it for national security, and we need it for economic development. While our people have been paying, the Great Sioux Nation has been paying for that for centuries. And it costs us, and it continues to cost us.
For many who live on the reservation, these are costs they're not willing to pay anymore. Would you be there if you could be there now? Yeah? Why would you want to be there right now, in this cold? Zuya is one of Wastewi Young's 4 kids. They live in the town of Fort Yates, the tribal headquarters of the Standing Rock Sioux. Young was at the camp the night that law enforcement fired water cannons on demonstrators in freezing temperatures.
People were dripping wet, and by the time they got them back to the camp, to the medics, their clothes were rock solid.
When we interviewed her 2 weeks later, she was still recovering from pneumonia.
It's all related. It's all a part of the systematic oppression and suppression of our voice, of our right to be, of our right to live. Year after year after year, our administration after administration.
The trickle-down effect of the U.S. government disregarding treaties has had a lasting effect on Native communities.
No monthly free checks, despite what everybody says. We do have Indian Health Service, and a lot of it is substandard care. And there are housing shortages where 2-3 families all live in one home.
The poverty rate in Standing Rock is nearly triple that of the national average, and unemployment is at 79% versus 4.6% for the rest of the country. If all the treaties had been honored, where would the tribe be today?
If we had that autonomy and that freedom to be freely within these treaty boundaries, I think that we would be happy. We could be true sovereign.
The people at Standing Rock refer to the pipeline as the Black Snake. For them, the battle with the Black Snake is yet another fight in a long timeline of clashes with the U.S. government.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel for us. As long as we're land-based, we're going to constantly be under fire from corporate America.
It's in our DNA. I always call it the resiliency gene, and no president is ever going to punk us out.
Great Spirit, I have had it. Bring me back to the nomadic way of weaving through the damage. Mindful, stay mindful. Great Spirit, for my sisters, let me be a flowing river. Flood the banks, the rocks that bind her. Carry, I'll carry. Great Spirit, oh, great Spirit. Great Spirit, for my brothers, let me be a mountain under which he climbs to discover his process. Now that's progress. Great Spirit, all that hinders, tie reminders to my fingers. I must speak with you more often. Great Spirit, oh, great Spirit. for my relations, give them strength to face racism in every single situation. Easy now, go on, speak loud. Great Spirit, take me instead. Guide me down the road of red Tenkashala. I am saying, praying, great, great Spirit, great, great Spirit. Tenkashala, Tenkashala. Tenkashala, Tenkashala. Great Spirit system collapse, nothing but the earth will last, and I'll be singing sweetly into the darkness. Now hark this, Great Spirit on my tongue, be still, be still. The time will come when everyone will sing, all life is sacred. While I'm waiting, Great Spirit, my fist is up, bringing the power to the people, your reflection of us. Some of your people can't hear it, the cries of the earth. Some of your people can't feel it, the way that it hurts, and it hurts. Great Spirit, and it moves, Great Spirit, interconnected in the wreckage of a paradigm on its way out, its way out. Speaking of spiritual, lyrical testimonies, spirit of lyricist, weaving around false prophecies, spirit directed and selective with the message I bring. While the ship slowly sinks, I've been directed to sing. I'm like a wrecking ball, breaking down the walls of the past. A minimalist, living on bliss with the last of my cash. You're gonna be justified with how you treated the land. You're gonna be by my side when I stand in the mountain to change. Tenkashala, 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 Tenkashala. Great Spirit, great, great Spirit, great, great Spirit, Tenkashala.
The next 4 years won't be great for some of the most vulnerable members of society. But if you want inspiration, take a close look at Standing Rock. The protesters there didn't pack up and leave when the Army Corps of Engineers said work on the controversial section of the pipeline would stop. Despite the freezing cold, they're staying, because they know that in just a few weeks, we'll have a president who's financially invested in the project. Last year, Donald Trump had up to $1 million invested in Energy Transfer Partners. That's the company building the pipeline. Even though his spokeswoman says he sold his shares last month, he still has up to $250,000 in Phillips 66, which owns a quarter of the pipeline. Now, during his campaign, Trump also picked up a $100,000 donation from Kelsey Warren. That's the CEO of Energy Transfer Partners. For as close as Trump is to the energy industry, he's just as far from respecting or understanding the concerns of Native Americans. Obviously, it's not just Native Americans that are at risk here. This is precisely why we should all be focused on Standing Rock. The protests united hundreds of tribes and thousands of people against a massive corporation backed by militarized police who didn't hold back when it came to using water cannons, rubber bullets, and stun grenades. Month after month, as protesters and independent journalists were arrested, the story was missing from the mainstream. But as social media coverage swelled, solidarity protests grew, and so did the coverage, especially of the veterans who were standing alongside the protesters. Now, I'm keeping this word solidarity up here because it's the key to the success of every struggle for rights and equality, especially when we have a president who talks about protesters like this.
Like to punch him in the face.
The upcoming struggle is an opportunity to right some of the countless wrongs committed against Native Americans. Today, the poverty rate of single-race Native Americans is 28.3%. That's the highest of any individual race group in the country. In North Dakota, the unemployment rate is just over 3%. But for the Standing Rock tribe, it's an incredible 79%. Worse, Native Americans are one of the groups most likely to be killed by police. It's either Native Americans or African Americans, depending on the year, and they're also the group most likely to have their deaths at the hands of police go unrecorded. But let's not forget history just because it haunts us, just because the genocide that wiped out Native Americans is at odds with so-called American exceptionalism. Let's read up on the broken treaties the federal government used to steal their land. It's completely understandable to be scared about the future of America and to worry about so many hard-fought-for rights disappearing. But the people at Standing Rock know that this is only the start in another chapter of a very long fight.
Rock, we gotta make a stand. Time is slipping through our hands. Say a prayer for the promised land. They poison our water, you know it's a sin. The Spirit's talking, they're not listening. They're taking from the earth and never giving. They won't stop till there's nothing left living. The whole world's watching, watching over Standing Rock. Hear the voices calling to draw a line save the sacred land at Standing Rock, at Standing Rock. Drum beats sounding at the break of dawn. Give us the strength to carry on. Light of the skyward will see us through, for our sons and daughters and the nation of the Sioux. Whole world's watching, watching over Standing Rock. Hear the voices calling to draw a line in the sand and save the sacred land at Standing Rock. Oh, it's Standing Rock.
We got Humvees, Bearcat armored vehicles moving in. The MRAP armored vehicle has passed through the concrete barrier. Looks like they're getting ready to make a move on camp. So it looks like they're moving in pretty quick here. That Homeland Security helicopter keeps flying very close to our location. They've got a camera pod on the bottom.
Just let me know we're attaching some handholds to the safety lines across the river so everyone can reach them.
The Bearcat with the LRAD on it is now inside camp. The MRAP armored vehicle is also starting to advance down the hill now, with several Humvees following. It's parked in the former location of Red Warrior Camp, for those who know where that is. All right, the MRAP's going down the hill. The MRAP has entered camp. All right, more Humvees are going down the hill through the snow into camp on the northwest end. They've got a line marching south. That sound is that Homeland Security helicopter, you know, maybe 300 feet above us tops. So yeah, one of those officers is pointing, I believe, an assault rifle with live ammunition directly into the entrance of a teepee. This is on unceded Great Sioux Nation territory. One of them is cutting into the side of the teepee. They're ripping the teepee open. There's Humvees driving up onto the main road that goes through camp. There's a giant wooden structure that's been up in the center of camp for a while. Someone's sitting on the apex of where the points of the top of the structure meet, basically like straddling it, so it seems like they're going to stay there. Yeah, there's 4 Humvees pushing forward with some sort of mobile field force on foot behind them, moving south in a line. So there's tents being cleared sort of in the northeast corner of camp. That's where the MRAP armored vehicle is parked. There's some Humvees there as well. We're seeing officers in tactical gear, probably from the West Dakota SWAT unit, going in with their automatic rifles and clearing tents there. Okay, so there's more Humvees moving through on some kind of patrol. And yeah, the Humvees with what looks like officers with automatic weapons are slowly advancing area that you can see like a SWAT team advancing with weapons, probably about to clear that structure there. And wow, that helicopter is flying so low, it's like sucking debris up from the ground. The law enforcement personnel that we're looking at right now are visually indistinguishable from soldiers in a war zone. Looks like they're getting ready to surround the rest of the people in camp and push them to the river. Okay, they're rushing people. Looks like they're gonna try and grab some people. Oh. Another officer just tackled and took someone down. Yeah, there's at least 4 or 5 sheriffs or police officers just fell on their face in that snow there. They're making one arrest. There's 2 arrests. They've got people pinned down to the ground. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of ATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms agents. So we have, yeah, so BIA, federal police, probably park rangers as well, are on foot entering the Rosebud camp, which is on the Standing Rock Reservation. Sokoan encampment hasn't been cleared in terms of all the structures, but the military and police forces did move in. They established a perimeter. They arrested several people. They demolished several structures, including in Inipi, which is a sacred sweat lodge site. People from the governor's office had said that they would respect sacred items and sacred structures. It seems that they broke that agreement, or that agreement wasn't properly communicated to law enforcement, who did crush in an Inipi sweat lodge structure just on the north side of the Cannonball River. There's still lots of law enforcement massed there by their Humvee military vehicles, and we're imagining that there's going to be they're going to be hauling structures and debris out of there for days to come, and that there will be an ongoing military police occupation of this territory.
Right now, the camp is pretty barren. A lot of people are leaving, a lot of structures have been taken down, and a lot of people are still facing what's to come.
Right now, we just kind of went through and did a sweep through the whole camp, took account of how many children are still in place, and asking all the people. Seems like they're pretty much mobilized right now. They're just packing their last of their belongings up. So right now we did a count. We still had like 10 children in camp, and they're supposed to be out in about the next hour or so. We have a few cars that are kind of stuck there. We got people trying to get them unstuck, and we're just kind of sitting here awaiting the ceremony that is supposed to come out of 7th Generation Kitchen right there.
We're prayerful people. That's the way we go. So when we go on and we march out of here, we're going to march out of here with dignity, because we stand. We stood here until they want to put violent force on us to leave. That's not our way. We didn't come here to fight. We didn't come here to die. but in our hearts we will die. They're taking a part of our lives from us because we all know that water is life. So now we're going to go and we're going to march to the Cannonball Bridge where they want us. And the people that want to go across the bridge, there's people that are waiting on the other side with buses. So those of you that want to go in safety, buses are on the other side there, no matter where we go, because we're taking a piece of this fire with us when we march out of here and we go our own ways. I love all of you, and I'll see you again soon. This is not the government's land, this is our land. This is treaty land. This is why we're still here to the very last second. Thank you all. Aho. Aho.
Chasing journalists away from here, and they're allowing only a few that they want. They said North Dakota media, and there's an ABC New York City based journalist in that pool, and they ran after me and they chased me away. I have it on my feed. They are chasing journalists away.
Sheriff's in riot gear just to the north side of the river, closer to where we are. So it looks like they're forming, it's not really a line, it's kind of like a half circle. They're making one arrest. No, it's only two. There's two arrests. They got people pinned down to the ground. That was how they broke Eric Gomez's hip yesterday, was by like really forcefully putting weight on people as they came down. Right now, it's possible that someone this guy could be
The world to us, fed us her milk and gave us her trust. We tore her skin and bled her with desire. Broken within, we turned water to fire. Water to fire. Water to fire. Her land and cut down her trees, poisoned the waters, and spread our disease. Through it all, she begged us to retire. Her voice unheard turned water to fire. Water to fire. Water to fire. like the light from our eyes. Water to fire. Water to fire. To all the sons and daughters, let's turn our fire back into water. Water to fire.
Anyone born in the Western Hemisphere is a Native American. I'm an Oglala Lakota from the Pine Ridge Sioux Indian Reservation, which is still designated in the Defense Department as prisoner of war camp number 44. You see, Indian people, we don't have any rights, any constitutional protections on the reservation whatsoever. No freedom of speech, no privacy. Wow, you Americans are in the same boat. The thing in America is that we don't exist in the 20th century. You have to specialize in Indian education of some sort, anthropology, history, and then go and dig in the archives of wherever in order to find out anything about us in the 20th century. So there you have it. What has happened is now America, because of the irresponsibility of your forebears and the irresponsibility of yourselves, you are now on one huge Indian reservation. All policies were bred and born and birthed on an Indian reservation and then exported to the world, and now comes back on the backs of the American people. Of the 200-year anniversary of the Constitution, it was a unanimous thank you by the Congress of the United States. They sent in writing to the Six Nations Iroquois Confederacy, thanking them for their input into the Constitution and the formation of the United States of America. So you see, the Constitution is Indian law, and that's why I love it. The history of the Indian and the history of the American have now come full circle and were intertwined in the dictatorial policies of those that control the monetary system of America. And they have done such a bad job of it that they're destroying themselves. It's ludicrous at best.
Where is the thicket gone? Where is the eagle gone? The end of living and the beginning of survival.
companies are here as a symbolic gesture to demonstrate that we as Native people have always been here, and that our resistance to capitalism and to globalization, to colonization is ongoing, and that fights like the Dakota Access Pipeline or against tar sands oil or other pipeline structures is just merely a part of 500 years of resistance.
I'm part of the 7th generation prophecy, and what that means is there's a prophecy that my people told 7 generations ago, when Sin Bull was alive. There's a prophecy that 7 generations from then, that the youth will rise up, that they will be awakened. It is kind of crazy, it's almost been a year. In April, there were only 5 of us. I always remember in the beginning of this whole movement, the way it used to be. It was so intimate, it was so personal. In the beginning, nobody really wanted to stand up, nobody really wanted to camp. And so the youth took it upon ourselves to camp. And it kind of blew up into this really big movement after the youth ran to Washington, D.C. and Omaha, Nebraska.
39 Native Americans are 2,000 miles from their reservation in North Dakota to protest the building of an oil pipeline.
We ran because, again, no one was paying attention to us. But when we came back, there were like thousands of people here. They're like, I've never seen that many people or that many people coming together from different nations, from different ethnicities, from different religions, all coming together because we ran, because we sacrificed for what we believed in.
A protest in North Dakota against a major oil pipeline continues to grow.
When all the people came, yeah, the youth got swept aside. We didn't really get paid attention to. All the elders came in, they're just like, all right, you did your part, you're relieved, we got this.
Be a good neighbor to South Dakota. Think about their water. All of South Dakota's water is down.
As everything started to get colder, people started to get more agitated, more impatient about the way the movement was flowing. Them still digging and our prayers not stopping it, and they wanted to take it upon themselves and stop it themselves. And a lot of people got hurt. I got pepper sprayed like 5 times. My boyfriend got shot. It was all horrible. It didn't need to be like that. The youth, the International Indigenous Youth Council, we were there at every action to de-escalate. Because we knew how they felt. We were angry too. I was angry, I was pretty pissed off.
We do have a fire truck, but we need you guys to go south before we can bring the fire truck up.
At least we can guide them as youth to say, hey, if you're fighting for my future, do it this way. Just back off. You don't gotta say all those things. You don't have to be angry. You don't have to cuss at the police. You don't have to throw anything at them. We just kind of like talked them down. Well, after that, it got peaceful. And I thank God it got peaceful, because it got really, really tense there. But we came back in prayer. We reminded our people of what they were fighting for. Now that the pipeline got approved, it is very hard right now to remain in prayer and to remain peaceful. It is hard to have all this anger inside of you, to have everything in your being to say no, to try and stop that pipeline with all you got. Yeah, I know the feeling for a lot of men struggling not to pick up a gun because this is gonna kill their children. It's hard. but we keep on doing it right now. We are struggling to hold on to that part of ourselves that is pure, that is natural, that is nature. This has changed my life completely. My life will never be the same. I will never be the same girl I was when I first came to camp. I'll never be that person again, because I'm not scared. I used to be, but then I found courage. My people gave me courage, and I'm going to continue this fight, and I'm probably going to continue fighting for the rest of my life.
I'm Sakitha Osborne, and today on Special Edition, we're talking about some of the issues surrounding Standing Rock and the people who support the movement. Special Edition spoke with several artists to hear a little bit about their background and how they got involved in the protest against the Dakota Access Pipeline. Rising Appalachia brings to the stage a beautiful mix of folk music and a passion for social justice. Leah and Chloe's passion for music reaches far beyond the stage and compels the audience to be socially aware.
Leah and I, as young women in the world on separate paths in our 20s, were both activists in the more literal sense of the word. I was doing environmental activism in Northern California with some of the redwood anti-deforestation tactics, and Leah was in Latin America, and so we were doing that sort of community work before we were musicians. And so then naturally things sort of crossed over when we started playing music.
And I think with music you have an international language, and we do our very best to create music that is appealing to a wide range of people, to a wide spectrum of ages or interests or politics or religions, that it's available within a concert. That will create a space where then dialogue can happen, and then conversations can happen about more of the issues, you know, and we're not there to preach our beliefs, but to create a space where maybe those dialogues can happen and conversations can happen between people who maybe aren't always going to agree. The music came secondarily to our lives as very involved citizens in the world.
Hey! Now you've got to occupy Appalachia, occupy the bayou, occupy the sound waves, cause we will not be lied to. Occupy your bank account, occupy your health care, occupy your garden, cause oh my dear, you best beware. Occupy your mother tongue, occupy your neighborhood, occupy reality, deliver depth the best you could. Occupy your homeland, occupy your public schools, occupy the pen and ink, occupy the law and rule, occupy Wall Street, occupy your corner store, occupy the sound waves, occupy the front door, occupy Wall Street, occupy your basic rights, occupy America, and when it's time, step up to fight and no more. We've been in a wailing, no more. Big Bang Bailey, no more. We've been in a wailing, gonna occupy my mind.
Ryan Visions, one of the most viral photographers from the Standing Rock movement, started his career in a most unusual way. Finding a passion for showing the world through his lens, his work has turned into something truly inspirational.
I bought a camera, and when I showed up in Thailand, it was during the red shirt protests. And when I went there, I ended up going into what was kind of the rebel compound, and everybody assumed I was a journalist, because why would a crazy white guy be in Thailand during a civil war? And that kind of inspired me to get into activism. And when I came home, the only thing that really got me out of depression was shooting photos. My father had committed suicide, So I found that shooting photos really gave me something to focus on and put my energy towards. When I was in Thailand, my photography was horrible. I didn't know the first thing about photography. I just had a camera and I was trying to capture what was happening. Now when I came home to Atlanta, I still wanted to explore and shoot photos, so I started doing what's called urban exploring. I would go into abandoned buildings and schools, and that's really where I started to develop my style of landscapes and things along those natures. Landscapes and cityscapes, and for a long time I was really focused on shooting cityscapes and street photography and things along that nature. Over the years, there was a couple situations in Atlanta where things arose for social justice, so I went there. I wanted to document what was taking place. And on social media, I saw on September 3rd when Amy Goodman and some other journalists were at Standing Rock where they were attacked by private security dogs.
Seeing the chaos unfold, Ryan was inspired to tell the story his way.
I wasn't too aware about Native American culture, but I felt that that was a violation on civil and human rights. Things like that happened in Selma, and I just felt compelled to go. I knew that there wasn't mainstream media that were there covering that, and it was something that was very important. So I actually made a joke on Facebook asking somebody if they had $1,000 to send me to Standing Rock, and somebody who supports my photography actually said, yeah. So they gave me $1,000, and I went out there for 3-4 days, and I was so inspired to see this culture that was fighting with prayer against a corporation, and they were walking in a good way, and I felt like it was important for me to be there because there wasn't much media coverage. So I came back home and I quit my job, raised some funds, put my stuff in storage, and took off. And that was that. And I was there for about 6 months.
We supported Standing Rock from afar for a long time, and really discussed a lot internally if it made sense for us to show up on the ground, or if that was a bit of a tokenized role. And the last thing that we want to do is sort of pay lip service to something and not really step into the fire. For Chloe and I, it was remarkably life-changing experience, and the power that was garnered there on the ground, the amazing resiliency, the sort of piecemeal village mentality where so many folks were working together in an absolutely grassroots way to stand up for something that wasn't as much about protest as it was about prayer and about really creating a unified and very peaceful response. And I think we haven't had a movement like that for a long time, and I think that it's really important to see a different way of resisting kind of a corporate takeover. You know, I don't know that we're gonna win battles by fighting fire with fire. I think it was an amazingly powerful place to step up and put our feet on the ground.
Expected to carry crude oil from the Bakken oil field to Illinois, the roughly 1,200-mile Dakota Access Pipeline is nearly complete, except for a section under the Missouri River near the encampment. The fight over the $3.8 billion project has caused a bridge blockade on a main road. The chairman of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe says because of the closure, emergency services can't get through, and that's a liability in itself.
We don't have any place else to go. These are our only remaining homelands. We have to protect them. Enough's enough.
Since 2006, there's been a rush of companies coming into the state of North Dakota to develop oil. But here at Standing Rock, we have a resolution that goes back all the way to 2007 that says we don't want any pipelines to cross our ancestral lands. But yet, in 2014, they're starting to steamroll the Dakota Access Pipeline through, threatening our water.
What is there to protest?
They are determined to stop your project.
They will not stop our project. That's naive. They're not stopping our project.
Rising Appalachia has been doing a lot of work supporting Standing Rock from afar, and yeah, give it up. And I feel like the stories of the movement of Standing Rock have touched so many of our lives as a way to bring prayer back into protest, a way to be a protector without taking it into aggression. And we did a lot of work supporting Standing Rock from afar. We did fundraising. We worked with the amazing community that's also here with us, the herbal medic clinic that's here from Standing Rock. And yeah, we were invited by the Indigenous International Youth Council to go show up on the ground at Standing Rock. Yeah. And so we went. Chloe and I flew over, just the two of us, and we were part of a concert that was put on by the Youth Council that was 4 different women-run groups of music and poetry from 4 different walks of the medicine circle. And we sat on the ground for 2 days. We spent Thanksgiving on the ground at Standing Rock with an amazing community of elders, teachers, song keepers, and it was a powerful thing to be part of a living Indigenous movement, to be part of Indigenous leadership in a time that we really don't see enough of that. So this next song we want to send out to all the water protectors of Standing Rock, to all the folks who are holding on to the ground up there. And if we can all keep an eye on all of this and figure out how to be the protectors of our homelands in any way. This is for us.
The only thing that keeps me going is prayer. And I have to have faith that my prayers are being heard, because there's a company that's saying, we're gonna build this no matter what. And they'll say this pipeline will never break. It's gonna break. And who's gonna pay the cost?
I think Standing Rock is still and will remain an example, I mean, fingers crossed, of a successful movement that, like Leah said, is about the pipeline, but then when we went there, we realized it was expanding so far out of the pipeline itself into, resiliency period, Indigenous-led movements, youth and elder circles of power and influence. So I think a lot of people's lives globally were quite affected by that movement, and I'm sure it will be happening more in the years to come. I think for myself, going there and just our work in general, as far as being artists and then stepping into movements and trying to merge the two, is an ongoing question and is an ongoing learning curve for us that is a really exciting journey to be on. But we've yet to sort of, dot the period at the end of that question of like, oh, this is what we stand for, this is what we're doing with our music. It's kind of constantly evolving. So we are performers, we're singers, our main work is from the stage. And then every year and every month and every tour, we're figuring out how to cross-pollinate in deeper ways off stage.
Yeah, get off of the stage.
So that is constantly growing for us, and it's some of our most important and interesting work outside of songwriting. It's just, we have some permaculture action days that we've been really excited to do throughout 2016, where we take some of the energy that we muster up with a show, either pre or post show, and go into garden centers or urban neighborhoods or farms or what have you, and literally get down and dirty and farm and build gardens and learn the permaculture stuff, or showing up at Standing Rock, or going into, Leah does work in prisons, and just trying to learn how to show up in more long-term ways through our music and through our art.
And they set the dogs on us and they started spraying us before I got sprayed. I've seen dogs biting people indiscriminately, including Dakota Access Pipeline workers.
The day that the dogs attacked the water protectors, the day before, the tribe had actually in court marked where this land was sacred land for burial grounds. The next day on a weekend, the Energy Transfer Partners took their construction crew and jumped 25 miles of their route to go specifically to where these graves were marked and started digging them up.
My son's buried on top of the hills here. And I said, who would build a pipeline next to my son's grave? Who would do that? And so I told Dakota Access, remember me, remember my face. I will be standing there. I wasn't an activist or any of these things. I'm a mom.
So when the water protectors went out there to stand against them, then they had attack dogs put on them. That's where I first started to realize that there was something more going on, that it just wasn't a legal war. They were really just pushing themselves through what is technically unceded treaty territory. The land where that actually took place was never given to the government. They just took it. In the original 1851 Laramie Treaty, that land actually belongs to the Sioux tribes.
The place where they're building the pipeline is unceded territory according to U.S. treaties. It is actually Sioux Nation land that they never ceded to the U.S. government. And the U.S. government acknowledges it. That's why they've offered them money to compensate them for the land that they took. And Sioux Nation has $1.3 billion waiting for them if they take that offer. And they say, no, we never asked for your money. That is our land, and you know it because it's in the treaties, and you've offered us money for that land. We do not accept your money. That is Sioux Nation territory. So they have a lot of the law on their side, yet they've got the tanks facing against them. I think what they need is the American people on their side.
That's why I went, because I was watching rights be violated, not only by the hands of corporate money, but also letting it happen through our government system. And it wasn't getting the coverage that I felt it needed to get, so I just wanted to go out there and try to do my small part to help where I could. Where it went from there, I never would have expected. I just went there to try to show my friends back home what was happening. And through that and some of the photos, it just took off to a whole new level. I went out there for one reason and it ended up turning into something way bigger. There was people that were working on their own different angles, how to push out the same message, but it was all for the same common goal. And it was really awesome to see people work together. There was always that, at first, when you'd come, something like that's never really happened before, so a lot of the Native communities were very standoffish about allies coming and worried about people trying to appropriate the situation. But some of us that were there for a long time, they realized, okay, we can trust these people. They're here for the right reasons. They're not just here to take the photos of the poverty porn. And we started developing relationships and working together, and that's kind of how I led into working with Oceti Shikoe Media. But artists from all around the world came out. John Trudell's daughter was there, Rising Appalachia was there. I met Dave Matthews. Actually, Neil Young, on his birthday, came to camp, didn't tell anybody he was coming, and he just walked through camp playing his guitar for his birthday. It wasn't a big show or anything like that. A lot of celebrities as well. I feel that some of the celebrities might have came out there to get their 2 minutes of shine, but there's a lot of people that came out there that supported the cause and really did do a lot of good things. A lot of musicians in particular. It was awesome to see so many people come together what essentially is in the middle of nowhere. So to see everybody congregate from all different communities around the world to one spot to stand for the same thing was something that was amazing.
My name's Dennis, and I'm from Sweden. The water in this fight doesn't stop here. This stand may take place here in the U.S., right here at Standing Rock, but it doesn't stop here because the water that runs in our streams back home in Sweden, that we fish our fish from, that we drink from, it's the same water. It's the same water all over the planet. This is not just one nation's fight or one tribe's fight. This concerns all of us.
I think the relationship between social justice and activism and art go hand in hand because you need one to have the other. They inspire each other. And many times the art is what can capture the spirit of the movement that can make people that aren't aware of what's going on want to pay attention because they're seeing something that captures their imagination, or you could take a photo and it paints a picture of what's actually going on. Standing Rock really opened up the eyes to a lot of people, made people realize that just because it's not your issue directly now doesn't mean that you shouldn't stand up for other people that are going through problems.
This is your fight, that if you don't take up and you don't promote and stand up for it now, you end up saying, why am I being run through? Why do I have lead in my water? Why is my water poisoned? Why do I have to move? It's because you failed to stand and act now.
Going out there, it showed me that I could use photography for a purpose more than just taking pictures. One of my photos, Defend the Sacred, multiple celebrities had shared it. When it went viral, it hit 100 million people in 2 days. It went around the world. That really showed me that you can make an impact with art. You can make an impact with photography. And for me, I feel that now I have a chance to actually use that to help people. Because we live in a climate where even though it's not affecting you now, if you let it slide now, it could definitely affect you. And we're supposed to be a country that's the land of the free and justice for all and equality, and we have to stand by those standards and stand next to our brothers and sisters. What happened out at Standing Rock has inspired not only tribes, but different groups around the world to stand up, especially for sovereign rights and environmental rights. It gave a lot of tribes in the United States. The Native American communities are some of the most oppressed communities in the United States. Reservations are essentially POW camps. Standing Rock has about 78% unemployment. Alcoholism runs crazy through Native American culture. And Standing Rock showed people that you can stand up and you can be strong. And even if you're coming from a community that's getting beat down, you can find unity and stand up for things that you were afraid to stand up before.
When we finally stopped actively killing Native Americans for the crime of living here before us, we then proceeded to violate every treaty we made with the tribes, every single treaty. We piled crime on top of crime on top of crime against the people whose offense against us was simply that they lived where we wanted to live.
The Mother Earth is Unchimaka, the grandmother of everything. And the water is her blood, and to this blood we live.
We've been here for thousands of years. We have always been citizens of these lands.
But whenever there's a resource that needs to be exploited, our lands just kept getting taken. We didn't have say. And that has been inflicted on our people for over 200 years.
Native Americans have some of the highest rates of poverty, dropout rates, suicide rates, being victims to police aggression and violence.
When I came out to Standing Rock, I wasn't too aware of the issue with the pipeline. I went out there for the civil and human rights issues. But I'm also not a very spiritual person. But just because I'm not doesn't mean you don't have the right to be. And everybody has a right to believe what they want. I did get success from it, but I want to make sure I continue to use it in a good way and not take advantage of it, and continue to help people that need it where I can, and not appropriate the situation. That's the hardest part, especially being a white ally, is to make sure you don't go into these situations and appropriate it. Find out where you can help and if they want it, and then go from there. I want to focus on the issues that matter to people. My success doesn't matter to me as much as it does being able to use it as a platform to help other people. I can tell you at the height of my Facebook page that I was running during the height of all the conflict at Standing Rock, I was averaging 40 million reach a week. I had a photo of Wesley Clark Jr., whose father was a 4-star general, down on his knees begging for forgiveness from Leonard Crodog, who's a medicine man that was at Wounded Knee 73. That photo was shared 47,000 times off my page alone. And social media and social activism and art and activism does capture people's attention that may not be aware of the issues. And I know firsthand that what happened at Standing Rock and the social media side of activism has affected the world. When that page started to grow, I gained about 200,000 followers in like 3 weeks. Now it's up to past 250,000, almost 300,000, and it's from all around the world, not just here in the United States. We have to be able to have a voice for ourselves, and it did give people that voice, and now people are starting to learn more about these issues that are going on around not only the country but the world, and how many of them are really connected. So Standing Rock did give traction to what's happening right now in the social climate, and just taking a stance for what you believe in. I believe in that 100%.
As of today, the pipeline is completed. The lawsuit against the Army Corps of Engineers is still pending, and the Sioux Tribe's attorney has filed a motion to stop its operations. I'm Sakitha Osborne, and this has been another special edition.
This is not a peaceful protest, so if they want to stick around and continue to do what they're doing, great, but we're building the pipeline.
How do you feel with them coming on treaty land? How do you feel in your own land of your ancestors? How do you feel?
I feel disrespected. I feel hurt. You know, I feel this hurt that these guys won't never understand. You know, I try to tell them, but you know, the only reason why we're moving back is because they're armed, batons, tear gas, riot gear, weapons, rubber bullets. That's what it takes for them to push us back. They carry weapons because they're scared.
Going to Standing Rock to defend water rights for Native Americans. It's time for us veterans to stand up for our own and our own soil. That's what we're there to do.
We have to think to the next 7 generations how this is going to affect them.
Walking with this, I know your face and I trust you. Find your teachers in the voice of the
You okay? Here. All right.
Remedies are bountiful and surround us from the garden to the farthest. Prayer made of stardust. Find your healing in the music that calls you, the voice that enthralls you. What do you belong to? Eyes out, there's a setting of the sun. Give thanks to each and every one. The lesson is the medicine woman. Medicine man.
Why are we not all heading there as people, not just veterans, but Americans?
Medicine woman. Medicine man. Walking with kids, I know your face and I trust you.
All this you see right here is just that we need to stop it, you know? They're basically on ACE property, which is the Army Corps of Engineers land, and they shouldn't even be up there. So we have every right. This is a sovereign nation right here. This is sovereign people's land right here.
Life on Earth would not be possible without the oxygen and fresh water generated in places like the Amazon rainforest. But the Amazon is being destroyed by the oil industry for short-term economic gain, threatening the existence of the plants, animals, and people who live in the rainforest.
Ecuador is not going to get out of poverty just because they come and drill for oil in the Amazon. Ecuador is going to lose the only rainforest that we have left. It's going to destroy cultures, the environment, kill animals. That's not getting out of poverty.
The people who live in the Amazon rainforest are doing everything they can to stop the expansion of the oil frontier, but local governments are supporting the oil companies, under the false impression that drilling for oil will get them out of poverty.
If you look at those places where they are drilling oil, those are the regions most people living with terrible health conditions and no education. Those are the regions that are most poor. People thought that they could come here and exploit oil and then just wash their hands and they would move on. But that did not happen. We're a pain in the ass for the government right now. And that makes me hopeful. That makes me know that we can get further. You cannot justify human rights abuses with economical arguments. We are also human beings just as anyone else, and we have the same rights as anyone else to choose our way of life and to have that choice respected.
This is not just a local issue. This is a global issue. If If oil companies are allowed to destroy the Amazon, it would permanently change the climate in both South America and North America. This will have devastating consequences for the entire world.
The cycle of the weather has changed here. When it should rain, it doesn't rain. And when it shouldn't rain, it rains. There's a whole system in the forest. It's not just, oh, there are animals living there. It's a whole world, how they interact, how they live, what they eat, where they move. I remember my grandfather saying once that it is from the Amazon that the breath of the world comes. Because without the Amazon, the world would not breathe.
The International Energy Agency has said that if we want to keep global temperatures from increasing, at least half of the world's oil and coal supply should stay in the ground. If something isn't done soon, the world's temperature could permanently increase by 8 degrees, a critical level at which the global ecosystem would move towards an unstoppable collapse. But it's not too late to change this. Citizens from all over the world must come together and urge political leaders to keep the oil in the ground. Go to AmazonWatch.org to learn how you can help protect the Amazon rainforest, and share this video with anyone you know who likes to breathe fresh air. Together we can let our voices be heard and keep our world beautiful.
You can come into Jesus. Every part, every part, every part, every part, every part, body, soul, spirit. Come on in, Jesus. I see it raining, honey. I see it raining, honey. I see it raining down, the honey of heaven, the honey of heaven. I see it raining down, healing, honey, thick, thick healing heaven, honey, pouring down over your mind, over your body, over your heart. I see it raining down, raining down, raining down, raining down. Top of your head is starting to drip on your head and down into your mind. The honey of heaven, the sweetness of Jesus, the beauty of Jesus, the beauty of Jesus. Let it flow down, flowing into every crack, every crevice of your mind. Let the honey of heaven, let the healing oil of heaven, let it pour down. Depression's gotta go. Panic is gotta go. Heaviness is gotta go. Healing, healing. Open up your heart. Healing, 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 healing. Healing in our minds. Healing in our minds. Healing in your mind. Healing in your mind. I see the Father breaking off generational anxiety and depression. What your mama had, what your daddy had, what your grandpa and your grandma had, you don't get to have. If you have generational anxiety, depression, I want you to raise your hand. Okay. I see the oil of heaven pouring out, and it's flowing into your mind, and it's literally filling in every crack, every crevice. It's flowing down into the deep, deep parts. And he's speaking right to your heart, and your children's children will not have anxiety, and they will not have depression, and they will not have the heaviness, the cloud of heaviness. We give you permission to come in and flood our minds. You got to give him permission. I can't do it for you. I give you permission.